Yeah, I hate to see the garbage cans in there, but we don't.
Okay, so we'll call this to order.
9:33.
9:33, okay. And the adoption of, is there any additions?
Travel glasses in the car, sorry, just gonna be 2 seconds here.
Thank you. This is the first time we're all in the same room today. It's been a long time.
Is it? The first time you're here?
For a while,
Well, since she's been here,
yeah,
For God's sakes.
yeah, 8 months. Like this is the first time we're all in the same room.
So, additions to the agenda?
Yeah, I wanted to revisit a couple of things on the budget.
Okay. So,
That is part of 10.4.
Okay, yeah,
I have one in camera. If you want. That's 12.1.
Okay, personnel sections 18 and 19.
okey-doke. So adoption of the agenda? Ready? Well.
Yeah.
All in favor?
yes,
Yeah.
Okay, no public hearing. No, is there any delegation?
No, but you forgot your minutes.
Oh, previous minutes, yeah, okay. I just have a few things. They were. And that docs on your request, we're working on that.
Yeah, it's in the agenda. You betcha. Some
And
information.
the piano, is it taken care of? Yeah.
I haven't double checked on that, but I have directed Public Works to deal with it. You betcha.
And this one on my 8.3, it said received phone call by resident due to budget release in the package. 2024 budget reflects that the Summer Village is not sharing and running their municipality. Therefore, the 2025 budget should be similar to 2024, so I don't get that.
Sorry? It's not about there. Which one, sorry?
Just this,
The 1 point under 8.3 with the mayor's report.
Can't see it. 8 point. Yeah, you're just talking about, you had received phone calls about the budget because it was sent out, like, the agenda was posted that week.
And then 2020.
And then we talked about that, you had said that things have gone up because we're not cost sharing anymore.
yeah, okay. It's just the wording was kind of.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
understand the
word, the wording is wrong, so revise, I understand what Lauren's saying, so under, that would be an amendment.
Okay.
Council report 8.3. To revise that the Summer Village of White Sands is not sharing
Municipal
the
costs.
municipal costs or CAO. In the 2024 budget. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah, because the CAO is not even mentioned here. That's.
Yeah.
I guess it should be.
And I did get a call from a gal that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the.
Just
And
didn't,
actually, you know,
didn't understand what you know. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then, I just wanted to make sure that, and I'm sure it's right. Moved by Councillor Wall to have administration advise 2024 budget to show a 4% mill rate increase with the 800 minimum tax rate.
Yes. That's what you guys have asked for this
Yeah.
special meeting on the 11th.
And that was brought to the 11th meeting.
Right, okay, and it says April 11th, okay.
Yeah.
Well, did you have anything on the?
No.
Ed, you okay? Minutes?
Yep.
For the first one, as amended,
So, minutes be adopted.
okay,
Agreed.
Okay, so,
You got your special.
yeah, the special, that
they were sent out before, was it yesterday, before yesterday, as a separate email.
I missed that one. I didn't see that.
Hmm.
I didn't see that email.
They were in your updated agenda package as of yesterday too, they were stuck in there. There it is.
Okay, I didn't read them because I didn't, I must be reading the old one, whatever, so. Which
Okay, so actually then,
agenda backup added, is that the one?
Yesterday, so I just sent it out once, so it'd just be best to go on that agenda.
That's the compressed complete package with the
so then,
liens and stuff.
this motion 2404/1104 then overrides what's in the existing minutes.
Correct, because that one you wanted to have that put into the budget to see where it would reflect. So we did that.
Okay,
Now, this is the decision you guys made to make sure that I could get everything completed, was that you were good with the 4% and you decided the 850. So now I created the budget and fixed that last little bit to balance the budget.
and then $25 going ahead.
Yeah.
Correct, and that, you'll find that reflected in this new package.
Okay,
Okay, so I look at this motion 22.04.11.04. And it says moved by Councillor Huff to approve budget changes of an increase of 4% and minimum tax of $850 to a tentative budget and a tentative budget. Just cancel it. Sure.
So it's moved by Councillor Huff.
Okay, so that basically, that was, and the motion was, based on the changes that we, talked about in camera was the motion. Like, basically, that was, we tentatively approved the budget based on the changes that we had discussed in camera at that meeting.
Yeah, relating it to the bottom line of the budget. So the bottom line, and it was still had us in.
Not bottom line, the changes that we had, not bottom line, the changes that we had discussed on certain line items too.
Okay, so are you saying you want to amend that motion now? That's your guys' call.
Well, that wasn't the motion. The motion was to based on the changes that we had discussed in camera. Am I not correct on that? But we had made some changes in camera, some recommendations in camera to some line items, and I didn't see those on the budget that came out last night. So that's why I want to revisit the budget later in this meeting.
Yep. And that we are, correct.
Okay.
okay, so basically it was moving if I recall,
Yeah,
wages
we
in
should probably
contractor, yeah.
Yeah, we should probably talk about that in camera as well.
Okay.
That would
So that'll
not
have-
be in camera. Personnel with your employee, which is me, is in camera. That's correct.
Well, the budget,
The budget is,
the budget is based on some things for wages. So is that going to be something that you want to talk about publicly, or is it something that we want to talk about in camera, wages and personnel?
so I think what we should do is first step on, does this resolution pretty well say what you guys were expecting in this budget discussion, basically? The bottom line comes to, how is it, was to create a balanced budget. This was what you allowed me to work with, and I did. Any other items we can have further discussion on? It's because the budget
The
is,
budget was balanced, but the budget didn't balance in the way that we had discussed in camera. In what we did, how we wanted it balanced, in where the money was allocated.
Yeah, we couldn't have a deficit.
Yeah, so we wanted the budget balanced, and that's why we had to go the extra $50 on the minimum thing. But we had a lot of discussion on how we got to that number and of where the money was going to get allocated within certain areas of the organization, and I'm not seeing that in the budget that came out last night.
okay,
I disagree. I would not have voted for the budget. I voted for the budget tentatively on the discussions that we had in camera, and those are not reflected. So I would not have voted for the budget the way it came out last night. I would not have approved that budget. And if that is the budget that we're going to go with, then I'm going to make a motion that we don't approve that budget, and we start fresh.
okay,
So we can probably move that.
but the minutes aren't what, he doesn't agree with the minutes,
I
This
don't-
is what
well,
we're
I don't
trying-
agree with I don't agree.
the resolution.
The
of the minutes.
resolution was that the minutes were tentatively approved based on us agreeing with where the money was allocated, and I don't agree with the way the money was allocated in the new in the budget, in the revised budget that came out last night. We tentatively, am I off base here?
No, because there was discussion that I recall.
Of how the money was allocated
Right.
within the budget, and I don't agree with how it's allocated within the budget.
So I guess what we can, and it's to do with personnel, and it's already in camera, so
It's going to have to be in camera, yes. So
I'd like to see it in camera, not brought out into the public.
I think it has. to be.
Really, it should be in camera.
This discussions that are going to be had are necessary to be in camera.
okay, so as far as the minutes go from the special meeting,
Well,
Sorry, I kind of wrote on there, so I'm thinking there's gotta be a word change I'm looking for in that motion.
moved by Councilor Huff to approve the budget changes and increase. And it's based on the discussions that were held in camera. Is what I had.
Okay.
yeah, that'll work. Just have to get our thought process together, because naturally in camera isn't.
Yeah, that's fine, but just,
Yeah, no, so you're gonna amend that? Okay, how do you want me to amend it?
so just after after it says,
Tax of
after
280.
2024,
Yeah.
put in, based on the discussions that were held in camera.
Can you list the motion number again, for me, please?
Motion 2404-1104,
On our budget meeting on
On the 11th.
April 11th, 2024. So the minutes will have to be approved as amended.
Great. Amended. Let's. Okay,
Okay, can you just read us that back, Aaron?
so I just have moved by Counselor Watt, or sorry. Not by Counselor yet, to adopt the minutes from the special meeting of April 11th, 2024 as amended, so I have just the motion number 2404-1104. And then based on the discussion that we're held in camera.
Is it suitable, Bob?
Sorry, can you read, should say moved by Councillor Huff to approve the budget changes of an increase. 4% mill rate and an increase of minimum tax of $8.50 for 2024, based on the discussions held in camera.
Can I, just I'm gonna get coffee, the first part of it.
Here, I can give you this.
You want the paper?
Yeah, and just pull the minutes up, pull that section, and just add that comment.
Yeah.
Amended as motion this. That'll make it quicker.
Okay, so everybody's in favor of passing the minutes as well?
Yes.
So we move on to bylaws and policies. So it was brought up last, there was some concern about pushing snow across road. And so then the snow removal has been amended. And basically saying if anybody makes a mess, that they gotta clean it up. And we've had a problem already with that, but I'm sure it'll get fixed up. So some culverts were
Very,
buried.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's a huge concern because you're dropping you're freezing up all your drainage.
yeah,
That can't happen. I
Yeah,
mean, but I mean,
so
anybody that does stuff like that should be made to fix it.
right,
I totally agree with that.
okay,
so then the clause that I put in does fit what the expectation was, cause I just added in, made the change and added in 5 little steps in there.
okay. So, did you read the amendments?
I'm still,
You want me to just tell you the amendments, cause I can.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah,
wanna go
okay.
through them?
So what I had amended was that, one, we added in, I changed snow events. But will be dependent on contracting out plowing services during large snow events, I changed that to will to may. Snow plowing will commence immediately after an accumulated snow event of 4 inches, which is 10 centimeters or greater. And that's to allow that base that we want, so that we don't push the gravel off.
But once the base is made, then I don't think we should wait until 4 inches because you could get 2 inches here, 2 inches there, 2 inches there, and we'll never get snow plowing done. But what it does is keeps creating that base up higher and higher and higher. Then you see the after effects come spring thaw, where all that stuff takes its time melting off and it's not running off properly and it's going right into your road, screwing up all your shoulders. So I don't like that 4-inch policy at all.
Right?
I like the 4-inch policy to create the base, yes, but not 4 inches. I think it should be cleaned off at least every 2 inches, or when it snows.
Okay.
Or when you get the first complaint, and you're gonna get some,
That never
Yeah.
changes.
yeah.
And I'm gonna leave that, that's your guys' discussion. I just put it in there after reviewing
Yeah.
multiple municipalities.
Start somewhere.
And that's kind of where they set things. as a benchmark?
Because 4 inches is a lot of snow when it comes to front wheel SUVs, or even two-wheel drive, rear wheel drives. With their hills and such that we have in the village, 4 inches will stop you in your tracks.
So it could be 4 inches for the initial base.
Yes, for the initial base, you gotta create a nice initial base to save your gravel. Simple as that. And what that 4 inch base does
Yeah.
also creates a frost pad for your roads to protect
Yeah,
your roads.
we've always done that.
Yes,
So what is discussing now is after that 4 inch base is present. How much snow before you
Well,
go out? Wow,
and that has a maintenance cost, so that's up to you guys, if you wanna put it at 2 inches, then put it at 2 inches, it's your guys' call. And I just wanna make sure that we put it in the proper, so people understand, and then it's easier to just, I give this off to maintenance and they go. Based on your policy. So it is up to you
It
guys.
it's such a tricky thing to do that because of the fact that some of the roads would, if there's a big windstorm and it's that powdery snow, it's a whole different ballgame too. Like spot cleaning could be in order. I don't know the number of 3 inches or 4 inches, as long as that 2 inch base is left alone. When it's called, it should be called by maintenance, but they do need a guideline, so I'm just not sure about that.
well, to me, if you've got a maintenance
What was,
guy hired,
what was the last one? Or last snow removal policy, what was in there?
Well, there used to be 6 inches in there, but that got removed. So I just, after reviewing multiple municipalities, they all have usually 6 inches, or it must be an accumulation. Or until it, if it snows. And the accumulation is this, and once it stops, we go out. So I was trying to find a balance here of saying. They're gonna go out. If the accumulation has 4 inches down.
Yeah, and I think probably the bigger difference that we have too is over some other municipalities. Like in some summer villages don't have their own equipment to do their snow removal, so they call in someone like
Yeah,
the roads. And it costs them plenty,
yeah.
because they don't care how much snow's on there, they're just gonna get it off.
I honestly.
Either
think
way,
we
it's a
should-
cost. It's either in your fuel, your equipment, your staffing,
Yeah.
it all has a cost, so you
Yeah.
just have to decide how you
I think
want
we should do it at
to.
the discretionary of the maintenance guy. I mean, he's obviously smart enough to know when to plow snow. And he's out there. He's out there regardless. I mean, why should you have to wait for a complaint and then you phone maintenance to tell them to get out there and do it when it can already be done? Because another thing is, if you don't plow it after 2 inches. And then all of a sudden the weather changes to where it gets into icy conditions and you're putting that gravel spread out there for traction and whatnot, it gets winds up into that non-packed snow and it doesn't do any good. You'll see that gravel that you just wasted money on, you'll see that in the spring when it shows up in the roads with everything gone, but.
I think they're looking for, and this. This allows us the guideline for the complaints. This is helping us set up to be able to deal with the complaint of, I hear what you're saying, I agree, but at the same token, it is also an onus on an individual to be prepared for certain winter conditions, correct? This is Alberta, but maybe if that's not what you want, I can remove it and we'll just move that forward. How we've always dealt with it. That is your guys' call.
Yeah, I think there has to be some discretion on things, right? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it could stay at 4 inches, but at the discretion of maintenance.
Okay, 4 inch, so
But it could be 3, I don't really.
I think it should be put down to 2 inches and then let maintenance figure it out. Because if there's any wind that comes with this snow, well, there could be a foot in some places and there could be none in some other places. So if we're paying him to be there anyway, I'm going, have a look.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Let them guys do their job. Instead of us sitting here trying to determine on, pointing fingers on who to call first. No, I. I don't wanna hear about it.
Well, yeah, and I can understand what Melissa's talking about. There's a too low a threshold there, then some folks will be on the phone. Bang, bang. You
Yeah.
know, it's just, it's. I think the understanding of snow removal is not the same as doing your driveway. Some folks have different ideas
Well, again,
for the municipality, but I do believe in the operation, the maintenance person should have some discretion for sure. And different areas need different things done,
yeah.
like that hill over by
Mhm.
Mackenzie and Destiny, or
Mhm.
Mackenzie and Jennifer.
Yeah,
I don't know.
so it's up to you guys, cause you can amend that to say snow plowing will commence immediately after an accumulated snow event of 2 inches or greater, or at Public Works discretion.
I like it.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Okay. So we'll amend that. Did you catch that?
Yes. So to amend,
Snow plowing will commence. Okay.
it's a move by councillor or mayor to amend snow removal policy 10 that snow plowing will commence at 2 inches or greater, or at the discretion of Public Works maintenance supervisor.
Well, were we
To
going
amend the
to,
clause.
were we gonna amend this whole,
To amend,
like, there's other amendments in there too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. we'll
so
just-
that clause will be a change, so just
Yeah,
have
we'll
it there.
just
Okay.
continue on with the rest of it.
And then the policy will be amended when they accept the policy amended with that clause and everything else as follows. Okay, so then the next point that you guys had me, and that was the one that you made the resolution on, is to reword the refrain from pushing snow, so now it's the municipality allows for pushing of snow from private property across the municipal roadways once the roads have been cleared, as long as property owners are refraining from doing the following: leaving large deposits of snow and ridges on the roadway. Do not plow snow plows over culverts to create freezing and water backup issues on municipal land or affecting adjacent landowners. 3, are not clearing down to gravel base or displacing road gravel into the ditches that impact maintenance and drainage in the spring. 4, the municipality encourages property owners to do their due diligence to maintain all snow accumulation within their properties to allow the municipality room to maintain snow deposits on public roadways. 5, if the property owner does not adhere to the guidelines 1 through 4, then the property owner may be subject to a notice, possible enforcement of the cleanup, and subject to future refusal or cease and desist for private property snow clearing across public roadways. Okay, I thought if I pull it
I
together,
don't think you can get any clearer than that.
Yeah.
okay? And then the other clause I added under the plowing services do not include. I figured we need to make sure people understand, as the municipality does not have snow storage facilities. And as such, maintain snow plowing and storage within the current municipal road right of ways, and it's true, that's what we do.
Yeah.
So it's just making them more aware in the policy.
I know it's frustrating for some people, but also it's, we've had troubles in years past, like there was a guy that was on the corner of Third and Lakeview Avenue that had an older van. This was years ago, an old van, and didn't have winter tires on it. And he couldn't get out of his own driveway, and he was just wild all the time about it. But it wasn't the responsibility of the municipality. You gotta understand it. Some people, like my wife, for example, was ready to throw that van of ours in the garbage last year because we got stuck 3 times. To do with bad driving, maybe some.
You're not on camera.
I don't care. This is not this one. Anyway, so then I put winter tires on that thing. And it's fine.
Yeah.
Winter tires are a must here.
And I've done that, and I have a lower car, but again, understanding that if there's 6 inches to 8 inches of snow, I'm plowing. And then that's just the way it is with a car. You're
Yeah.
plowing.
Yeah. Okay, so that looks good, but we need to adopt it as amended.
Yep, motion to approve as amended with the additional clause change.
I'll make that motion.
And we've got
I
that.
agree.
All in favor, Eddie? Okay, and it's not as though that can't be changed again. I mean, if things get screwed up, so.
Now's a good time to be doing this because we're preparing for next year.
Yeah,
Okay, so storage of dogs and mooring on MR policy samples.
Yeah, because you guys wanted me to look, and so I looked. So I brought in a couple of summer villages and what they kind of have and how it relates, and there's some good ones here, so. I thought you guys would give me a little clear direction on if you like one of these or want to blend this, if this is the intention.
well, I think this is, part of this comes to a couple issues here. One is the issue right now of, I think the issue of what's happening in the summer if people aren't putting their dogs out. I think that's the most immediate issue. But I think the second issue is as far as storage of docks and in the winter and stuff, and that's something that we need to deal with in this shoreline management plan, right? It's coming up, this, right?
Yeah.
I did email, not on behalf of the village, but on behalf of my own, to Christine in environment protected areas, but I haven't got anything back, but I know she's currently in meetings about some of these situations, because we're not the only night that this is happening.
No, exactly.
So there's really no clear answer, and I also did ask whether I should get a temporary field authorization, because we were told a few years ago that we didn't need the minimum after that first year. And then I recalled and talked to Melissa about it, that environment parts, and of course Christine wasn't with us then, and Ashley may have been someone else from environment, but there was a thought that we would have a blanket TFA for the whole, for Bar Harbor, because boat launch, that would cover all of the equipment in the water. So everybody didn't have to apply for a temporary field authorization individually. And I don't know where this popped its head up again, but I couldn't find anything in writing. It must have been just through discussion.
What it was an email was sent out, the government had created a new policy where they would take things into a tourism lease. When you had your Alberta Environment came out and did the walk with council and the CAO back that year, there was non-compliance issues. So then that meant that no, we did not fit within that 60-year lease, which would have allowed them to do that. And that's where the shoreline management plan came into play that they wanted done because there's non-compliance issues.
But there's non-compliance issues wrote down. We have a copy of what was non-compliant.
I have asked for all that. That's what I'm going on is I need all that as we're moving forward so that we understand. But we're also gonna get it in our shoreline management plan because they're gonna be reviewing all this.
Yeah, and the other big problem we have that is our lease was done for the lakeshore on the right of way. It was done
2019, it expired 2021,
2021.
and it's been sitting in queue, it has
Yeah.
not been approved.
So we're sitting with, we were told the old lease would still be active until we get a new one, but it's in limbo.
It's in limbo, hasn't moved, and I asked about that and she double checked and yes, dates were correct. I had all the dates correct but they don't understand why it's still sitting. So again, we don't have that
When we
authorization.
get our lease, then the shoreline management plan is going to be part of the lease.
Okay.
So we're going to blend them two together. So we have to do some really serious thinking on what we want in that lease and the shoreline management plan. So CPP in Edmonton has been hired along with another consultant company that works for them, NPC or something.
Yeah, municipal planning, they're combined.
So then they're gonna have meetings with us and we'll put forward what we would like to present to the government, tie it into our lease, but the lease also is mainly put together by the provincial. But they haven't got any help. They don't know what's really, it's very confusing because of this, the staff is just, it's not the staff's fault, but there's just so much going on. And of course, Red Deer offices. If you want to go to environment in Red Deer, you have to make an appointment because there's no contact there in central office.
So at this point in time, your shoreline management plan startup meeting is April 25th. If you would like more time with this, I would just have your startup meeting and then bring this back.
Yeah, I'd like to,
I think it takes some thought, and because when it's tied into if it is blended with the right of way lease, we're not going to be able to change that very easily because it's part of a provincial document. And so we got to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And this Yellowstone is one. It's got a lot of good information in there.
Well, this is why I pulled from municipalities that are kind of like us, they're summer villages, because these are the issues they're dealing with and how it relates to some of the stuff, so I thought this was very good info. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel when it's
No.
already kind of there.
Right, and we are different than other lakes because there's very few that have it right away around them. So that's a big difference too.
Yes, but when it comes down to recreation needs of residents, they're not gonna look at it in any different light, they're gonna look at it as the municipality either allows you to do this or the municipality doesn't, and the reason why.
So right now, what we're doing is what I'm doing. I don't really know what everybody else is doing. But until I get some answers from environment protected area, I'm not applying for TFA. Because we were told we didn't need them, so what's changed?
And nobody's probably mentioned anything any different.
Because if the license is carrying on as is, that was long before they brought in all this stuff.
So I don't know, and they're gonna make, environment protected areas are gonna have a massive. If they're doing it all over the province, they're gonna have a massive, they're gonna have to hire. How much equipment's in the province? 10, 20,000, 30,000 pieces? So they're gonna have to have TFAs every year for that? I don't know. I think what we should do is just leave this thing alone. And like Melissa says, wait until we have our startup meeting with the planners. And they obviously have other areas and some villages that they do because they were, CPP was at has been at all the conventions.
Correct.
As a table there,
Okay.
trade show. And we've worked with them. They've worked with all sorts of other summer villages as well as they have ties really tight with environment protected areas. So,
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think I have enough information right now to make any
no, but
reasonable decisions.
I also think we should really study this. And if you wanted to go on to the website, Summer Village Association website, you can bang on any summer village in Alberta and get their information, the land use bylaw. And if it's in there, or else if they have some kind of a moving shoreline management plan, it'll be in their website. And there's 50 summer villages.
And I did add these two because these ones I can pull and I have had a conversation just to find out more details, still in conversations on that, but yeah.
It's good resource and it should be studied, so.
No, these were interesting to read. I would say, I just don't know. I'm still not completely clear on
Well, I think
the storage and things and stuff, you know?
we're just in a pause here, but we have no control,
No,
so. Yeah, but we do have some control on their other, like, say, Silver Sands or else Yellowstone. Or whatever one else is that you want to look at, then we have control to put some of them ideas into our own. So that would be the research that we should do ourselves.
That's why you hired a consultant, you direct them.
And they'll know about thoughtful,
sure, yeah, okay.
extremely experienced. Okay,
We making a motion or?
Yeah, they'll get a motion on this.
Is that this information?
right, and just table until after our startup meeting with CPP consultants on our shoreline management plan. And environment is already aware that we're doing that. But they're gonna have to do their part too.
So what is the motion?
Yeah.
I kind of got lost.
Yeah.
That we receive
Sorry.
this for information and wait till after our startup.
Shoreline management plan meeting.
Consultant, yeah. And then work some of these ideas into the plan, so we should each keep kind of a list of what the expectations are for the ratepayers, to make it as simple as possible, not complicated, and the lease as long as possible, but you don't have to make this simple, but
Just stick to.
yeah, I think it's important that we realize that if our shoreline management plan is connected to our lease, then that is difficult to change.
Yeah, I think the motion is say that we're tabling this as information and we will be deferring our decision until we've had our meeting with CPP.
Yeah, and we'll be having more than one, and we're
Our
all
meetings,
probably on
meetings with CPP, meetings plural with CPP.
virtual meetings.
Okay, so this is what I had. So moved by a counselor, I don't know which one yet, to accept this information and table the storage of docks and mooring on MRS information. Oh, I have this twice, sorry. And hold on, I'll say it again. To accept as information and table the storage of docks and mooring and MR until after council has their meeting with CPP for the shoreline management plan.
Get rid of table, I heard defer
Defer, okay,
to
and defer.
the shoreline management plan startup meeting for discussions.
Okay, so accept as information and defer the storage of docks and mooring at MR until after council has a meeting with CPP for the shoreline management plan. Or just say CPP and that's it.
Defer to the shoreline management plan startup meeting. Because that's where you wanna add this in.
Yeah. And it won't be just one meeting. Either, like it's.
Well, and that's the whole consultation feedback, so that's doing the proper channels.
Okay, so I'm gonna say acceptance information. Of the storage of docks and mooring at MR until after council has a meeting with CPP. And defer to the shoreline management plan.
Defer to the shoreline management. And startup meeting.
Startup. Or you put the meeting at the end, doesn't make it sound. Cause you had a meeting and then we're doing startup meeting.
Accept as information. Nope, get rid of that. And defer. Defer the information to the shoreline management plan startup meeting.
Okay, so we're accepting as. Accept the storage of docks and mooring on MR as information. And then defer the information to the shoreline management plan startup meeting.
Yes.
Okay,
Does that sound right?
Yes,
Yes. All in favor? Yes.
and who wants to put their name on the count on it?
I will.
You,
That's
okay,
fine.
so council, okay,
I'm in favor.
Okey dokey. And just on a side note, there's more than just the docking and moorage there.
Oh, yeah.
So like we'd like to include the boat launch in with it and other items. So if you guys make a list of things, then we can. Whatever comes into your head, just put it on a piece of paper, so when we have the startup meeting, that they have some idea where to go, or where we want to go. Yeah. Okay, fees and service bylaw. So this is some increase in fees. For some of the. Things that we have going, Melissa, and then also, I think probably there may be some other. Down the road. Considering IJD is gonna. Have to have increased. Inspection.
Cover that off with Alberta Safety Code permit fees, that just, we deal with that with them. We don't list it in here because they're a contracted service, so we follow what they're gonna set out. Will there be additional cost to the municipality? That would fall under budget area, which is contracted services.
Yeah, but there may be also some increases with permits for. Us.
Possibly, I haven't got into the details yet on that, so.
Yeah.
I will bring that back when I am finalized for that.
So do you wanna just go through what you have so far here?
Yep, so what we did is we actually sat down with the other summer village and kind of so we could get in line, and so we're not having one is outdoing another. So we decided we'd sit down and kind of collaborate on this. So we went through tax certificates, $25 for all written requests for tax assessment information, including tax certificates.
first one you're looking.
Yeah, the old one is the old one.
Yes, yeah.
I was gonna say, wait a minute, something doesn't look right. That one. So what we did is we kind of looked at all the stuff that we get a lot of things that were requests for, which takes up different time. So tax certificates, we decided to change that from 25 to 30. Letter of compliance from 50 to 150 because it takes a lot of work doing the letter of compliance.
So can you explain that to me exactly, the letter of compliance?
A letter of compliance is they send in an RPR and then we have to go through the land use bylaw and
RPR.
real property.
Real property report, okay, okay,
And then you have to take that and you go through the land use bylaw and see what's in compliance, what's not in compliance, and that's what, then you have to draft this letter.
is that because they're wanting to sell their place, is that, so
Yes,
this is for a sale,
yes, it is a requirement by all realtors.
okay?
And then it's costing you, well, it takes our contracted development officer, by the time they review everything, at least an hour.
Okay,
So you're paying that.
so we're just basically recouping the money that we're paying our development officer here.
I,
Yes, this is
and
actually
there
offsetting.
is some situations where that would not even be enough.
Yeah, depending on what the situation is or how much time it takes, because your contracted service is $90 an hour.
Yeah,
So it could
So-
be cost plus if it goes over,
Huh?
right? I mean, we can put that in there, because some of that stuff is complicated,
Yeah, it might be more than 150.
you bet.
But then I also don't wanna burden our contracted services on having to try and figure out, okay, what real time did it take you?
Yeah,
So this was a way of just saying, it's now this. Because it takes time to review these things. And it is a requirement for our sales, so. Yeah. And that is kind of working together with the other summer village. And then we decided that. And added the contingency of a maximum 10 business days for completion. So that we get too many of these that. They bring it in the day, 2 days before,
really.
and
Okay.
they want it now. Yeah. So we're saying there's 10 days. Please get it into us. ahead of
well,
time.
and that could be as well as because of. They could bring it in on a Thursday afternoon. So you're already blowing 3 days away,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
that's fair.
Photocopying, printing, we've changed that because it's getting costly.
Oh, yeah, we have to rent the photocopier and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and then your cost for replacement toner and stuff like that, it's not cheap anymore. We improved the wording for tax notification for what fees will be put back on the property. So we kind of just went through that. We added a fee for faxing and scanning. Kind of don't use it a lot, but it needs to be there just in case. Notice of recall petition application as per the MGA section, because this is getting to be a big thing. We wanted to make sure we have a cost for this, because there's a lot of work involved in the administrative part, because it's on the municipality if a recall petition comes in. This doesn't go to the province in the beginning, it has to be monitored through here.
And it is pretty extensive
Mhm.
because of the fact that. On our computer system, there's only 2 names allowed, right?
No,
The
you can
system,
have.
or do you have
No,
more
you
now?
can have more.
We can have more.
Okay, so if there's a piece of property with 8 owners on it, it's in your system now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially if we went through last time, it's like a list. Joint of like third or
Okay.
whatever,
Yeah.
yeah,
Because it just used to be 2.
now they'll do more.
But again, it would depend, if a recall petition was put out there, then it would be, do we have the time here with everything we're doing, or do we contract for somebody to overview it?
Yeah, well, $500 is.
Yeah,
Outstanding accounts receivable, 2% per month. Public Works task performed for ratepayers. Dollar at a minimum of 2 hours and must sign an indemnity agreement before commencement of work. And this is after we've researched with other municipalities. To make sure that there's things covered off.
Did we ever decide that Public Works was gonna work for repairs? Was there ever a motion made on that?
Well, sometimes it comes down to a different types of situations we end up running into. Some people may ask for something.
Should we be doing that?
If we don't have something in a fee bylaw to cover it off, then
But I guess we're asking like, how often does this happen? I guess I'm just sort of wondering, like, is this happening?
it doesn't happen a lot, but it can, and I have had it. Where there could be a situation where you got somebody who just can't do something, and if we don't have something in place and they're willing to sign an indemnity clause, it sets a standard.
But so this is something that they just can't seem to find an outside person to do contractor to do something, or what's the, like, what? Like, I'm just sort of having trouble understanding why this is necessary.
We encourage outside.
I can see maybe if some little old lady driving a van gets stuck in a snowbank and needs pulled out, well, I think we should just do that on free gratis. And I think that's just part of what the language does.
That's just being a good human citizen, right?
What would be a situation? So if there's a tree on a private property that is
Well,
to the point where it's going to damage something off the property. That's maybe one example. I don't know, anybody. We don't do anything for ratepayers generally.
No,
Well, okay, we can have the fee there. I just think it's something that we shouldn't be doing too often.
no,
Unless
I
it's
just
extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, it,
yeah, and I
Because if we have our public works over there working for somebody and this neighbor over here sees that, then it's gonna come back into this office and somebody's gonna get their face ripped off, or somebody's gonna be wondering why our tractor's working for that guy over there and.
Yeah,
okay, so I
I
guess.
don't know.
I guess here's a prime example. We just passed the snow removal policy, right?
Yeah.
And you laid out. And so what if somebody did one of those things?
That you're not supposed to.
And so we tell them to clean it up, they refuse. So we now have a rate.
okay.
We can turn around and send the guys out to clean and bill it back. Because it's in the policy, we've sent a notification letter, so here's the consequences of what we had to do.
Okay,
The same could be for like in the summer and you have property that's a derelict or whatever, and you gave them the notices.
Correct.
And they refuse to do it, so then we can charge them for going in and having to clean up.
okay.
and that's another one that is definitely.
Okay.
It'll be coming down the
Would
pipe,
be used.
Yeah,
because we can try and contract, there's never a guarantee. That we can get a contractor who's gonna come in, where now we have a way of saying, we have to recoup these costs. Because you wouldn't comply.
yeah, I guess what Ed and I were probably getting at is we just don't want situation where our tractor, our lawn cutting equipment is driving by and some guy just says, well, just do my lawn too, right? You know? I mean-
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
no,
because $75 an hour is pretty cheap.
Sorry,
we got it at 90.
Sorry, that one's the
No.
old one, yes.
Yeah, we have it at 90 because that is actually kind of the rates up there now. It's probably higher if you think about it when you go and get equipment and stuff like that, but we decided 90 is a good start and we'll just have it there. But it's for those type of things, like if we have to go and clean off junk on MR, it was deposited by somebody else and we're trying to track that stuff,
Sure, that's fair.
right? That's what's.
Encroachment agreement is the next.
Oh, yes, encroachment agreements.
So again, is this? How often, what is this getting used for again? How often and stuff?
Actually, quite a bit, you
So
know.
is encroachment on MR with stairs,
Right, okay.
as well as retaining walls on road allowance,
Septic tanks.
septic tanks. Yes,
Yeah,
What else
Right,
we know
okay.
we're dealt with. There is lots of stuff.
There's lots of stuff,
Yeah.
there is lots of stuff.
So
Yeah.
the encroachment. So we make an agreement for the encroachment. I don't know, it's not completely up to date. It used to be, but it's kind of a work in progress.
Yes,
And then the letter. The encroachment agreement is $300. And that is for a certain term or for the.
well, that's for the work you go in to build the agreement, because every agreement's different.
Right,
And then depending on the situation, we may need a legal review to make sure that we're covering everything off. So that's why we're saying it's not a simple agreement. There's a process. There's things that are a review, making sure it's legally binding. There could be registration on land titles. There's a lot of stuff.
And
Probably revisit this quite a few times through the process.
Well, you will review these. Every time we have something else, we'll bring back this whole policy again for review. And then we'll be able to update you on. Right now, we just don't have anything that says, right now, we're doing encroachment agreements for nothing, and it takes time.
yeah, if somebody needs one, then I think it's fair.
yes, and then
It's
the,
for their benefit.
the other thing that goes along with that, let's say like on the stairs that are on the. They used to be inspected by an insurance person to make sure that they were safe, and to were safe, and they go. It's just, it's because we take responsibility if it's on our public lands. If something happened on there, someone fell on the stairs or whatever else, and because they weren't safe, then we're in trouble. It's on our property.
But if the agreement's tight and it puts the onus back in that agreement, then the municipality has reduced their liabilities and risks.
So it's like an extension of insurance that you would have in your dock in the water. So a rider on your house insurance to cover you. What is $2 million or something?
Yes,
So you would have to. You would have to have insurance on stuff that's on our public property, protect us.
Fair enough, okay,
laminating, because we have a laminator, so if anybody needed that, we'll charge $1 a page to laminate. That's just to cover the costs. Land titles, property search, if we do that, that's $25 because we get charged too.
mhm,
So that's recouping. Tax assessment search, $15, variance request fee. We would like to add that it's $100 if you're asking for a variance. Because there's a time when pulling you guys together, setting up a meeting to get MPC together to be able to decide whether that variance is a good, whatever you want to do. So when we don't want to encourage requests all the time. We want to encourage these requests to be with a reasonable thought.
yeah, if you need it. Don't just do it because it's free, do it because there's a serious reason you want to do it.
Yeah, and usually variance requests will come because of sales of properties, and all of a sudden they just, well, can't get a variance.
Yeah, and it's to do with distances.
Yeah,
From property lines also could be to do with if someone has a non-conforming building. And they want to build an addition on it, land use bylaw says you can't. Structurally add to that, you can put in window sidings. Roof like shingles, but you can't add on to it. And there's been instances in the past where someone has a non-conforming building. And wants to put an addition on it, it is also non-conforming. Like that kind of stuff comes up. And it does, like Melissa says, we gotta get everybody to the meeting, and sometimes in person is much better than on Zoom. So if you got counselors, like last time we had 2 counselors out of Calgary, there's $600 in travel.
serious mileage charges, right?
Yeah, and we're $100, wow.
So we're saying you apply for your development permit, that's your one cost. And if you're asking for a variance, that'll be another cost
Okay.
moving forward.
Fair enough,
Per variance. Yeah, per variance request you ask. So, so in conjunction with the other summer village, we have aligned so that it's not, one is cheaper than the other, we've aligned them together.
Okay,
So that we're non-competitive or residents don't sit there and have those back and forth conversations that so and so's cheaper. We decided to pull it together and Roshan Sands has passed it. Collaborating, I feel, works better for all of us.
Yeah, well, if they pass theirs, I guess, whatever, but. I did have a couple things marked here and that was.
Yeah.
the RV parking. $300 deal and also the assessment review board complaints.
It's the old one you're looking at too.
Is that the old one?
That's the old one.
Oh, 2020. It's still the 300.
Yeah, recreational parking fee per unit is the 300. And penalties for offenses as per the land use bylaw. Request for variances was the new addition, subdivision development fee. Appeal, that's all still, I think, identically the same, is it not? We didn't make any changes on that. Nope. And your development appeal fee refundable if appeal is in favor of applicant.
That didn't change.
Yeah, didn't change. Assessment review board complaints, that stays the same, because that is based on. Municipal Government Act and assessments legislation. And then we added the public works for those things that we can't get compliance, and they must go in.
Yeah.
And then the safety codes, we base it on what they've got in their legislations. And
It's-
agreement.
So if there's a change in Roshan's, and if there's a change in ours, then it would have to be combined through kind of a meeting through administration to.
What we do is
vote.
we keep ourselves informed on, but normally we only do this once a year. We review, because it's good to be annually, because this helps with your budgets and your revenues. So next year, we'll do another review. See if we're still in line, what other things we found were an issue, and then we bring them back to you guys with some advice.
Yeah, okay, dope. So, we need a motion to. Accept. New policy.
It's not a policy, it's a bylaw, so we would do first reading. And you could do all 3 readings. That is up to council.
well, I think, basically, I think it makes sense that we're. Just recouping our costs on this mostly, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, so is this,
Do them all.
then this schedule is attached to the land use bylaw?
It stays attached to the fees bylaw.
Fees.
Yes,
So then, like a development permit, that one that's in the land use bylaw
Mhm.
is part of this one?
Yes.
Okay,
They need to go in sync because that's how we follow. Now, if we were to amend any of that, then that would be an amendment we would make. And bring forward in both.
okay, so this will be attached to the land use bylaw.
Correct.
That's the end.
Yes.
All right, well,
And your land use bylaw does says that that's in council's purview, those fees.
okay, I guess, I'll make first motion.
Yeah.
All,
Are you accepting it?
That we accept
Yeah.
the changes to the fees bylaw,
No motion to approve first reading.
first reading.
Okay, and
all in favor?
Yeah,
We do a second reading today,
I think so.
I think so.
okay,
I will motion for the second reading of the,
okay. Some changes.
And we'll need, if
Second reading and
you
then
want to do third reading, you have to
Do a
do
resolution
a resolution to do third reading.
to unanimously agree to proceed to third reading.
So you okay with third?
yes,
Make
okay,
it-
make, make the resolution, and then resolutions, we go to third reading.
So Ed makes a resolution to you.
Yeah.
Council unanimously agrees to proceed to third reading.
to unanimously agree to proceed to the third reading of the fees and service bylaw. Okay,
So, all in favor?
Yep.
Yes,
Okay, so now we need someone to do third reading.
who wants to do third reading?
Oh, I will.
Okay. All right, we're going resolution set for third reading of the fees and service bylaw 2201-24.
Favor?
yes,
Okay, thank you. Okay, business short-term rental. The information was put in here.
Yep, from the last meeting, you guys tabled all this, so it's still there.
That, as people look at what was in the other meetings.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of stuff that was really, in the comment section, there was a lot of stuff that wasn't really pertinent to the question, but a lot of information that was in there. That's been good.
so I've certainly given this a lot of thought, and I don't know whether I'm ready to ban them completely yet, but I do think that we do need to have some kind of control if there is problems, and I've kind of jotted down a whole bunch of things that I think that we could possibly look at if we were going to license them or something down the line. Number one, I think there should be a limit to the number of people in the house staying at the place. You know, like something like 2 per bedroom or maximum of so many people or whatever sort of thing. I think that if we allow short-term rentals, that there has to be supervision in the village during the stay. Either the people that own the property have to be in it, or they have to have somebody else that are willing to deal with it if there is a problem, like immediately. I think that, you know, for obviously they have to follow the community standards bylaw, you know, and the other thing that I was thinking is that if there is a complaint, that we have to have some kind of ability to recoup our costs if there's a bylaw complaint, that if we have to call bylaw out and spend a couple $100 for a bylaw officer to come out, that we need to be able to recoup that money. And then the other thing is that, and lastly, that if there is a complaint, that we have the right to take away the license.
Yeah, it's really a situation that's different in when we did the research on the other summer villages.
Mhm.
There was only 1 out of the 6 that
Yeah.
allowed. But also your enforcement part, now that's where we have a problem. Sometimes the RCMP can be phoned if they're available.
Mhm.
But under the community standards bylaw for noise and what have you, like there's times when it is fine. But that goes rather late into the night as well for
Yeah.
some people. But I'm all 100%, in my opinion, is the two that we have in the village now should be there.
Mhm.
Like, not disturb the two that are there. But let's say if the ownership of the property changed, then that would disappear. I'm really hesitant to have an open door for them because of the experiences that I have
Yeah,
had with my family, and it's in other places as well, and it's just it changes the in some places it changes the whole dynamics,
yeah,
and it's you can go. I would go far enough to say is like a council member and any other public person or ratepayer in the village should imagine if it was a bad operation next to them.
yeah.
That's how I look at it, and I'm just not comfortable. I'm publicly admitting I don't like it.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is that, we haven't had a lot of problems yet, I guess. And we certainly need to have some control over it, and I'm just sort of thinking that, if we are allowed to license them or whatever, and if there is, and I understand that if people have a problem, if it's next door to me, I'm not gonna like it very much. But if it happens once and then the village can shut it down and not allow it in the future in that property, then it's not like it's going to be an ongoing thing. If we can, if it happens once, yeah, that's a terrible weekend, but I think what we want to stop is it being like weekend after weekend after weekend, right, in places.
Can you pull up the portion that we had by the municipalities?
Yeah.
Can you pull that up? Because I think that's gonna help. This discussion here on what other municipalities do it or not.
Yeah,
Should be in their packages too.
I couldn't find it.
Oh, what it did, sorry.
No, so if you could just bring it up,
Yep, I just finding it,
it's just the Excel sheet.
yeah.
Yeah, and I went on to all the bylaws.
So do you want me to just read it?
Can you throw it up on the screen?
I can do it this one, yes.
Sorry, I didn't have that.
Oh.
It's a
It's that one, please.
Yeah, this one, the next one is third. We just want to read only. All right, there you go. So that was what we got back. All in nice one page.
Yeah, so these are the ones that responded back to us when I sent out to the ASVA. So St. Paul prohibits, which is what you're saying. The Birch Stick had tourist homes, needed development permit and good for 2 years and may reapply only. Allowed 1 rental unit per parcel, limit how many people can be in the unit. Property owner gives the municipality of at least 1 person a phone number during the stay. Minimum length of stay is 30 days. So they've done that through land use. Birch Cove, direction of council is to allow for Airbnbs, but limit the use to ones where the landowners are on site, though impossible to enforce. So that's another question.
yeah,
Half Moon Bay seen as business and requires a business license to operate, need a variance from the MPC, restricting the calendar when they are allowed, not allowed in high season, allowed off season.
okay,
Val Quentin, land use bylaw, like everybody seems to do it through their land use bylaw, which is what I kind of figured. Rewriting their LUB, but no concerns, so they're working on theirs. And Jarvis Bay allowed under certain conditions, development permit approval and use. So that was just to see where municipalities were. So to me, this is an amendment to the land use bylaw. With kind of where you guys feel you want it to go, but. The one did say. Landowners on site impossible to enforce, so that's another issue that you're gonna have to think about too.
And also, with the, it has to be pretty airtight, if it's gonna be enforced.
Right,
And it would be legally, you'd have to get some advice on that. Another thing you can throw out there is. They're a group of investors that want to buy 3 or 4 or 5 cabins in the village
yeah,
and do it.
So I guess. If you guys just still aren't quite tight yet. Did you want me to take this information, refer it to your contracted development officer? And get them to draft up a sample amendment that you could discuss? Prior to putting it into a bylaw?
well, I guess the sample amendment has to be determined as to how strict we want to be, like not. If on the tall or licensed, business licensed or whatever.
Well, that's just like,
That's,
my opinion is. Nothing's been broke, so why fix it?
there you go.
And leave it at that. If there's something that's gonna get broke in the future, then fix it then. Deal with it then, but I think what we're doing right now is punishing people that have been outstanding in what they've been doing, and if we decide to put a cost to this, then why aren't we punishing everybody else out there that runs a small business? Like everybody. And there's a lot of small businesses that take place out there. You can go right from woodworking to sewer hauling.
Well, that's probably true, Ed, but this is a different kind of fish.
Yeah, I think it's different, it's
All I'm saying is, this issue, there's been nothing broke or dropped, so.
I think we need to do something, I just don't know whether banning them completely is. At this point is going a little overboard, I don't know, I'm just not comfortable. Going that full step at this point in time, I do think that we need some kind of control over them, but I'm just not quite sure. What that control is, and I'm not sure how enforceable that control is the issue.
And also the burden on administration.
Yeah,
Anyway, you know how I feel. Sure.
no, and it's certainly, I understand your concern, and I have the same concern. I just don't know whether or not. We're just not sure whether going overboard. Because we haven't had too many problems yet, and if there is problems in the future. Like even if we did have some kind of a situation where we had some kind of a licensing thing, and then all of a sudden we started running into problems. There's nothing stopping us in the future from banning or whatever, right?
Yes, and then on the other hand, it is more difficult to take something away that is already there.
Yeah, yeah.
So that would be a big deal.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I don't know.
Do you wanna just table for more thoughts, or do you want to accept his information?
Well, I think
Or
we
do
should
you
table it
wanna
until we figure out how we wanna make the motion.
Yeah, I just don't know whether we're all kind of in.
We're all different.
Ben wants to do nothing, I want to go halfway, and then Lauren wants to go the full way, right? So we're kind of in this, we're in a bit of a quandary right here, I guess, right?
But mine is retaining the ones we have. I mean, it's ridiculous to go after people that are responsible.
Yeah.
But in saying that, if so happens that there was one of the ones that we have goes haywire, well. Then fix it.
But at this point, we don't really have a
No way to fix it.
way to fix it, right? If it does go haywire, we don't have any ability to shut it down at this point in time unless we,
Well, you have certain bylaws that are mechanisms for forcing different issues.
Right.
So you have that. It's not per se gravitating towards a specific land use. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, well, it's the same thing with bylaws, like if Alberta Animal Services has to come into the village. There's no way you could work this.
You'll
No
never
way,
know.
like this could be turned into an extremely costly endeavor. Time wise for the administration.
And as we all know, especially animal control, there's only so much you can do to try and divert, but it's gonna happen, it's gonna.
If you make the fees too heavy, court will throw them out.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's the problem, right? Yeah, exactly.
And if you attempt to take someone's right away from them to have them once they've been established, you're still in. I think it, you know, a person could take it to part of the Constitution. I don't know.
Anybody can take any bylaw that you pass if you don't
Just help them, that's.
and legally try and challenge it. It can be done, anything can be legally challenged. That's why you take your time, if you're gonna do it, you gotta set right. So what would you guys like to do this?
Well, I guess. How do we get more information on this? What more information can we get on this? We already asked some villages what they're doing and we've,
You've got a survey,
yeah, I guess I'm just,
it's, I think you guys are either at, you want a table for further thought, or you want to just accept it as information and move forward and maybe revisit again another time, or you want to do something by getting it reviewed through your contracted development officer.
yeah, there was like on this thing that you had there, like Jarvis Bay had them with certain conditions and stuff like that. It didn't really explain like the conditions and
Jarvis,
stuff.
Well, so Jarvis Bay, they're allowed, the owner has to be in the village
Or maybe
when
And minimal 30 days is one of them.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
had a question.
30-day minimums was on some.
Yeah, so that was on burn stick.
Jarvis Bay allowed under certain conditions, development permit approval annually.
So what is, yeah, what
Bird
are
stick
Jarvis
guy.
Bay's conditions?
They have, the owner of the rental has to be in the village,
Okay,
or when they are gone, someone else has to be in charge.
right, okay, and then, but other places have said that's hard to enforce, right?
Yeah.
And also in their land use bylaw, it says adjacent property owners have to have the contact information of the owner or the person that's responsible. And all the neighbors around have to.
So that almost sounds like you would like this to be referred to the development officer to review a land use bylaw change based on some of these municipalities and pull something for your review.
Well, I would like that, but, yeah, you know, obviously, I think. the
That's a
other two
cost.
Counselors, yeah, there's a cost to that, and the other two counselors are,
Well, these places here would have been bigger than White Sands too.
No,
First stick isn't,
no,
Horseshoe Bay is St. Paul. I don't think they're huge, are they? Birch Cove, Half Moon Bay, Jarvis Bay, you're talking Sylvan. Val Quentin is Lac Saint Anne.
Yeah, I could do. Operations on these two for-
Actually, I-
I can't bring home the crap.
No. That's why you got the tab, right?
I have that on you guys' budget meeting. I do. Number of residents, that's what you're looking for, right? So.
Horseshoe Bay.
Horseshoe Bay. $121.
Burnt Stick Lake.
That one I do, it's pretty small. 57,
That's permanent residence or
yeah,
permanent residence?
yeah.
Birch Cove.
Cove. 61.
Half Moon.
Moon. $56.
Val Quinton.
No, Quentin is right here. That one is like us, 178.
In Paris. That would be in Paris.
Jarvis Bay is, I mean, basically right adjacent, like a putting up to Sylvan Lake, right? So
Yeah.
that's huge there.
Jarvis Bay is 136.
Close to us. For permit, isn't it?
Yep. Anything in the 130 to 170 would be pretty close to us. All the rest around you.
So these two, right?
Well, I guess at this point, I'm sort of ready to table it and give it some more thought for a moment or two here.
Yeah.
What do you think, Chris?
What information do we need to retrieve or talk about or go forward?
Yeah, I just need to
I
think.
just wanna think about it
Just need to
myself.
think about it, right?
Okay.
Whatever you do in your resolution and how long you want to table it for, give us say kind of a month, you bring it back. Make sense?
Which council
Bring it back next meeting.
next meeting,
Or what do you think, Bob?
Sure.
next meeting?
Okay,
Warren?
Yeah. Not that I'm gonna change.
No. No, and not that I'm gonna change either, but I mean, if we wanna think about it, they're between ourselves, well,
Do I
bring it
need-
back in a month.
Would I need to put all that information back in the package for
in your motion, this whole agenda item, information to the next meeting.
All right.
Yes, not doing anything else. It's all there.
Okay, so,
Is there next one, Andy? So I know at the top of their head?
May,
17th.
yeah, I think it is.
just before the month.
Meeting on May. Think it's some work and they said, word on May 17th here.
It'd be May 15th.
Oh, 15th.
Oh, 15th. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
Here it comes. All right, so moved by a counselor to table or mayor to table a short-term rental survey feedback and municipal inquiries, short-term rentals to the next regular council meeting on May 15th, 2024.
I'll make that move.
Okay,
All in favor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, White Sands multiplex room policy, so that got dug up.
Yeah, because you guys asked for all that, so it's in here. So this is all that's there that I could find.
I thought it was okay. We just never really signed it, right?
I haven't got a signed copy, so I don't know if nobody signed it. Do you want me to proceed with?
I don't think Andrew said they had a signed copy.
Yeah, they didn't have a signed copy
I don't know if it
either.
actually got signed.
Well, I mean, I guess for me, I mean, if the Hall Society's happy with this, I'm happy with it and we could get it signed.
So this one here. First one is. 2019, and then the newest one.
Well, it just, it repeats itself, Lauren, like we have the terms and conditions, but then the terms and conditions are in the in the rental agreement, right?
Yeah,
So it just repeats itself, I think. That was my understanding anyhow, that basically the terms and conditions, we have them and then they get reiterated in the rental agreement, that the people that are renting the building are going to need to know. Right?
yeah, this 54 and 55 is what they send out as the rental agreement, and this is what's attached in your policy.
And on page 57,
Is,
November 2021. The other one was 2022.
yeah, because the agreement was finalized in 2022 and waiting signature, which I don't know what happened. Because we don't have a signed copy, they don't have a signed copy, so we're kind of just lost in limbo there. But the discussions happened at the end of 2021.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then council agreed with the agreement based on the discussions.
that
And
was sort of the height of COVID, so things probably, people couldn't get together to sign stuff likely, right? Because that was.
Yeah.
That was kind of the height of lockdowns, right, 2021.
Okay, so page 55 is 2022. 56, 2022, so the 57 is not. Is the one that has the multi-purpose room will only be rented to White Sands residents. Or to parties that have White Sands resident that will put the name forward in the recommendation for the rental agreement.
yeah, that was in their memo to council.
But that's not in the agreement on 2022.
No. Because the agreement was just laying out what we would cover and what they'd look after.
Then 2022 is also on page 57 as far as fees and stuff, so it's kind of not really clear. From one to the other.
Okay, so the agreement was laid out that the society will be responsible for the rentals and operation of the White Sands Hall. Which they have been. The society will set the rental and deposit rate once a year and collect the same from people renting. So it's in their hands. The society will collect all funds and will place these funds in trust for partnership projects approved by council through resolutions, annual budgets, and strategic plans, which they have been doing. The society may provide recommendations to the council in any aspect concerning recreation in the hall within the village, with ultimate decision of council based on resolutions and annual budgets, which is what we do. The society will pay for the annual janitorial services and for the operations of the facility out of the rental fees collected. That hasn't been done,
Okay,
because that we covered in your budget last year. So that isn't being fulfilled. The society will provide council use of the hall at no charge when required. That has been being used and done. Everything there is fine. The society agrees to provide an annual written financial report on rentals and revenue to council by November of each calendar year. It includes a list of proposed partnership projects for consideration. Haven't had that, and I did get the written financial, well, I did get financial information, it just wasn't concrete.
Okay,
Okay, so that's a tweak. The society agrees to provide the village administration 72 hours notification of rentals to make sure the sewer and water are checked prior to event rental. That's been ironed through. I think we're doing fairly well now with that. The society is under the municipality's insurance, is additionally named insured. And that all rental agreements should list a clause of indemnity and save harmless the Summer Village of White Sands and the Hall Society, which I think is in that. It may not be. That'll have to be a review.
okay,
So
And the village agrees to pay for the utilities, building insurance, A&I, bond insurance, water, sewer costs. And everyday general goods and supplies, toilet paper, paper towel, cleaning supplies, plumbing repairs for the building annually to municipal budgets, that is being done. The society does not use debt financing without written permission by the council to finance projects which could be a burden upon the council and taxpayers of the village. I think that's being adhered to. Either party may terminate this agreement at the end of any calendar year, at least 3 months prior written notice to the other party, or at any time with mutual consent for both parties, so. If it's not signed, can't terminate. So, but I thought it was pretty laid out and it keeps kind of us hands off. But it lays out what we will handle.
so we may just need to make some adjustments to their. Like indemnity and stuff on the rental agreement, right?
I would say yes, because it should have something stating that we are covered off. Well, it kind of says here, renters shall be responsible for any damage to the building or contents caused by its members and or patrons, and the renter shall forthwith upon demand by the Summer Village of White Sands pay to the Summer Village of White Sands any claim arising from such damages, so. Is it good enough? Not sure, that would have to be reviewed.
and that's why that deal was in there for people being ratepayers, or else the ratepayers have a recommendation to the rental all society. But it's not in it's in one piece, but not in the other, so I don't know.
Yeah. It would need further, do you want me to resend the agreement and see about
I don't know, maybe it's a time for a
review?
joint meeting with the Fall Society and get it, because there's
Sure.
different ideas in all these documents. I mean, they're not big, but there is some stuff
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
being done.
So do you guys want to schedule a joint meeting with them and council, just that,
Just to
or,
hash this all out, so everybody's on the same page and get it done.
okay?
Yeah.
I mean, if we don't know what the heck's going on, we better find out.
Well, and have one document that's put together with that in mind,
Yeah,
and
and have everybody agree on it.
yeah, and get it signed, so it's, and I think you're right, Bob. During the 2022 was a mess. Anyway,
Yeah,
and plus the. I don't know, was I still doing the rental then? Think so. Or
No, they
was
took
it-
over and I remember meeting with Andrea and doing a lot of conversations between Andrea and who was the other one, Tamara. Andrea so much. Tamara, maybe,
Oh,
yeah,
We're Zerford, Zarfeld.
that's it.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Andrea Hildebrand, Tamara Dawson, yeah, all these guys, and then it would go back and forth, but if we wanted to, you guys want to do a motion to get administration to schedule council and recreation board meeting?
Well, we should, to just clarify the whole thing, so we
Sure.
don't have three different.
The Hall Society Board?
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Trying to-
Would what about you, like? Are you going to be able to zoom in at times?
Oh, I can zoom in anytime. Anytime from up there.
You probably need notice, so, like, quite a bit of notice, or,
20 minutes.
okay.
How about,
I'm the boss.
We all know that.
Yeah, we know that.
so why don't you do a motion for administration to work on getting a scheduled meeting within what time frame do you want me to have this organized within the next 2 to 3 weeks?
Yeah, somewhere in there, I know that
Okay.
they wrote that little, word from, and you get that it's supposed to be granted all July.
Yeah,
Yes, I got that. Yeah.
And it's continuous, but it's certainly a moneymaker, and that's why we're putting in for utilities and stuff, is because there's no hall that makes money.
Cause if you want to have a separate meeting, or do you want them to come as a delegation and just?
That might work.
Yeah,
That might be better
Yeah.
for everybody involved.
Okay.
Because they only need to bring two in with them.
There you go.
If they have some notice to combine everything, and also, I think the big question about, should it be ratepayers only? Or the ratepayer recommending to rent to somebody or whatever.
Well,
That's
With that
the
rate
discussion you
only,
guys
does that push us away from any grant money from the Recreation Society?
Yes,
No, we didn't join the.
you didn't join it,
So we can't apply for any grants
Nope,
at all?
The rec board, to join the rec commission. It's gonna cost us a couple $1,000s to join.
the society can apply for grants,
I don't think they were
But that's
particularly on board with joining that like society that's.
The Paul County wasn't, but we can also find that out at the
If that's
at
been
the
updated
delegation.
or whatever.
Yeah. You know, and
Yeah,
the
put
other
all this
thing is,
together and find this stuff out.
we can ask them to come to the next meeting, but if they wanna put it off 2 months, that's fine too, if they wanna have a meeting first, right? So like maybe they're not having a meeting in the next month or whatever, right? So whenever it fits their time frame that they've
okay?
had time to look at this or whatever.
So you wanna do a motion to request administration
To invite.
to invite to the next meeting?
To a delegation one in the near future.
Yeah,
One of our council meetings, yeah.
next. Near future council meetings, May, June, whatever works with the society.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to look for work or something like that or whatever, right? You know,
Probably would be sooner than later. Better
Better
Because
sooner than later.
summer's coming up.
because we do have lots of, if there is, you know.
And you want to discuss the agreement, the rental agreement? You want to discuss the
Liability
liability? And
and whether, and who gets to rent it, whether it's only.
Well,
rate
I
payers.
would review the whole policy,
Yeah,
go over the whole policy.
to review all three items. I just put that on.
yeah.
Yeah. One clear.
All your three items will have those.
Everybody knows what the hell's going on.
So the hall agreement, the policy, discuss,
Those three items.
okay,
And they also think they have a change in membership too, as far as executive. Cause in
What's
their bylaws are restricted on how long it can be on. So I think there is a change coming for president.
I think there's.
So with all this in mind, probably the right time to bring this question up is when are we going to schedule our annual general meeting?
Well, July, long weekends,
That's booked. That was booked,
all weekend.
or I know. So the way she talked, most of these bookings that are in July are up to 5-day bookings. I don't know.
We always have options. I'm not concerned.
Well, there's
about-
one date left open, the 6th or the 7th
Yeah,
of
But-
July.
if worst comes to worst, we open up the hall, our public workshop and we set up there.
Okay,
our
yeah.
motion.
Yeah, I guess there's.
Okay.
I have a motion, moved by a counselor or mayor to request administration to write the White Sands Hall Society board as delegation in the near future at a regular council meeting in May or June to discuss the White Sands multiplex room policy 3, White Sands Hall agreement and memo to council November 2021.
Covers everything off.
I like it.
Right.
That's you putting your name on it?
Sure.
Okay.
All in favor?
Yes.
Melissa, can you check what dates are available in the hall for AG?
Yes, I'll send them a thing and see what they've got. and-
What's bigger, the
Okay.
shop or the hall?
Usually you gotta do it on one of the weekends for sure.
Oh, yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
wanna have it during the weekday.
No, and I think we should have jumped on that before now.
Yeah.
I'll just text Andrew now, it's just looking.
Yeah,
Is
That's-
it we're
If I
looking
recall
weekend?
last year,
for
there
a
was
weekend, yeah.
people, a lot of people standing outside that couldn't get into the hall.
Well, part of the issue with using the shop is then. Chairs, right? Like then like if the person that's renting the hall needs the chairs,
No, that's true.
well, then we can't. Chairs away from them, right? And then there's a lot of transporting of chairs over there and stuff unless we tell people to bring their own lawn chair, which
Bring
is.
a portable lawn chair and come and join us for an AGM.
But I think the ideal time would be, like you say, a long weekend, wouldn't it? Because most people are out there.
So I'll just,
We
Text
send
Andrew,
text
we'll
something
check it.
and we'll see if we can get organized, and like I said. They did it in Roshan, so it's not like we can't do it here.
Did the,
at Roshan, they do the AGM at the old public workshop.
Yeah,
oh, okay,
Normally because the hall's booked.
okay,
so we can make whatever we can work, we'll figure out a way and. And sometimes it's just making sure everybody's well aware, like, you got a portable camping
That's
chair, bring
right.
it with
You
you.
gotta bring a chair, you gotta bring a chair. We used to have AGMs in the playground.
yeah, I remember one of those too, yeah.
Yeah, like, we've got other things to utilize, so we should just move on.
You want to,
Just type in. So
So you got your resolution then?
I have my resolution, yes,
Okay,
and I think they voted.
Yeah,
okay.
all in favor? Yeah.
Yep.
So the next item,
That Leanne was coming.
She's unable to, she has other prior commitments.
okay, so we have a draft, well, you've seen the first draft proposal for. Subdivision. And of course, we were looking for 50 some lots or whatever. And then did not go ahead because of that, Elk Lake IDP. We would request sewer and water be put in. So then to get around that, the lots have to be 2 acres. Or more.
Yeah,
And so. Craig and Dale have. Got a planner to. Make 2 acre or more parcels. Basically, it would do away with a lot of road building. And that would also do away with maybe some potential, and we can't decide that on the catch basin. Because also I think that the plan would be to situate the 2 acre parcels so that down the road, when sewer and water comes to the village, the folks would be able to do subdivisions and make maybe 3 or 4 lots out of like 2 acres.
yeah,
This is the one, isn't it?
So then.
Yeah.
After that would
these are the key.
be done, then there may be changes for the subdivider. Like this is way down the road as far as we know. Then the subdivider would have to do some road work with the intent, as well as I'll have to make sure that the catch basin would be able to handle expansion of the subdivision if people requested to do subdivision 2 acre lots of
Yeah.
4 or 5. So I think Craig does have the idea if the lots were to stay 2 acres, there may be not too much as far as the stormwater management plan. But if the intent is there to have the lots be subdivided in the future, then the stormwater management plan has to be retained or adjusted somehow, and that's a confusing thing. The other thing is that has been brought up is the 2 pedestals that are in the ditch that got flooded. And then there's now 2 culverts in there. That one that you cleared that time, there was only 1 culvert there. And personally, I'm fine with it, but the village needs to take the liability of that problem away from the village. And the only way to do that, in my thoughts, are that as long as ATCO signs off on it,
That's what it is.
it's not our.
Putting it all on their head, yeah.
They won't sign off on it. I don't know if the village could take that responsibility on, because it, honest to God, it was 2/3 the way up that pedestal.
It's,
No, that's in the engineers, been going through all that. I know there's some stuff on it.
I know that unless the engineers have been looking at it, but I'm looking at it as the provider and the installer. Like, is the engineer looking at it a electrical master engineer that's affiliated with power companies, or is it a planning engineer, or what kind of engineer? I would rather go right to the horse, right to ATCO, and if they'll sign off.
And they have had a direct conversation with that.
But I still would insist that we need something in writing that takes the liability away from.
Okay, I will continue
agree with
working
that.
with her to say you guys are willing to accept it. Without
I don't think we
ATCO
can.
signing off.
Because the conversation I had was, if that shorted up, it's all waterproof inside that box.
Yeah.
But there's also 14,000 volts in there. And the conversation is, this should happen. It trips down by the cul-de-sac, Ranch Road at the end where the cul-de-sac is.
Yeah.
And
I know we
are you
were,
100%?
we were concerned, was it in the right of way or not? And it is in the right of way. It's in the proper utility right of way. We got that. So, but that's that. This is this. So, according to,
Because he wants acceptance before he can proceed, right? Like, as far as the money being held back has to be adjusted.
no.
That's on that property, because there's what, 300 and some thousand against that property.
His deposit would require being, because right now what he's put down as a deposit, which is 53. 53,000? Is it in this?
I saw some figure somewhere.
I saw 54,000 or something somewhere.
Yeah, so either way, that's for the warranty. And if he decides to put that up in cash and take it off the land, then that opens the land. Because right now it's against the land. And that's what's holding, and we cannot do anything with that because there's a warranty period, so that has to stay. Unless he wants to do an alternative, which is pay it in cash or some other way, then that frees up the land.
Yeah, so
So that's why this application is here to reduce the final phase from 43 to 13, and they become not 0.45 acre lots, they become 2+ acre parcels. The applicant is proposing to amend the outline plan for the remaining lands within that southwest 2742 west of the fourth, which would consist of change to phase 3, 4, and 5 of the Buffalo Lake Ranch Estates subdivision, so now it's changing it all. The proposed amendment would bring the total number of lots in the final phase from 43 to 13 and increase the parcel size to 2+1. 2+ acres, sorry. Technical review. When considering the proposed change, administration has applied the proposal against the Buffalo Lake IDP. Some items to note are that the proposal does not have a negative effect, the overall density allotment of the Summer Village of White Sands, as this is a reduction in development units by 30 units. So the Buffalo Lake IDP identifies 505 units. This number encompasses the Summer Village at full build out, including the Buffalo Lake Ranch Estates outline plan, as well as the Cornelison outline plan. The Summer Village has recently performed an extensive audit of the existing and proposed development units. Below is a summary of the density by way of existing development units within the village. So you have 408 title parcels, excluding municipal reserve. 11 approved second dwellings, garage, suite, guest house, etc. 13 parcels with 2 RVs permitted in 2023, 4 less than 2022. So that gives you a total of 432. The proposed amendment to the final phases of the Buffalo Lake Ranch Estates development, existing density 432. You'll now be adding 13, completion of the BRV subdivision at 53 parcels, which will likely be less. So that now is 445. There are implications regarding the servicing component. Please see the highlighted sections of the IDP that pertain to servicing and is specific to parcels 2 acres or more. So the point of highlight is 3.1.11 underwater servicing B, notwithstanding 3.1.11.11. A, at the discretion of the governing municipality, individual on-site water wells may be allowed in situations where the municipality would allow for individual private sewage systems pursuant to 3.1.12B, providing that the water source is high quality groundwater, i.e. not water under the direct influence of surface water, and sufficient water supply is available. So there's those clauses from the IDP. 3.1.12 wastewater servicing. If you go to B, that's the highlighted one, notwithstanding section 3.1.12A and subject to section 3.1.12C, the governing municipality may allow individual private wastewater disposal systems where point I, proposed lot size of 2 acres or more. Point 3, the developer can demonstrate to the satisfaction of the governing municipality in consultation with Alberta Municipal Affairs and or Alberta Environment and Parks that an alternative technology for enhanced private sewage disposal meets or exceeds the applicable regulatory standards required of such systems for the protection of surface and groundwater quality. And point 3, the alternative technology affords an acceptable level of maintenance and management to the municipality.
So this means that they're allowed septic fields as long as is that what we're talking about?
Well,
It can, but you're gonna be very careful because with the way the properties are set together, and if subdivision ever happened, and I've seen it in other municipalities, then you get hoosed because you're gonna have interesting things start
I
happening.
honestly thought those power parcels had to be a lot bigger than that before you could even attempt to put a field.
well, we have a bylaw in the village, it can't be fields anyway.
Yeah,
Our sewer bylaw says they have to be self-contained concrete tanks.
Mhm.
So they can't have.
So this can still be decided by by us, yeah.
Yeah, that was,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I see what Melissa's point is, if it wants to be re-subdivided or do re-subdivided, you got a sewer system in the middle of this stuff. You can't do that.
no,
Well, the Buffalo Lake IDP also says that you cannot have a field within 800 meters of the lake.
There's safety codes too.
Then you got other issues that are gonna happen. So
It's got
I think it
floating tanks.
can, but I think there's gonna have to, there's things to consider. So you don't have to develop as much roadway, which is correct. If say. These properties are along. I mean,
Yeah, run too long, yeah.
Yeah, so
so that means your
You're gonna
entrances
have,
are
you're
gonna
gonna
come
have
off
approaches coming off here, which is, to me, is fine.
on the large parcels.
Just on
If
these.
you start
Yeah,
to
Oh,
subdivide.
I agree with.
Then you're gonna
Yeah.
end up with the cul-de-sacs and stuff like that, so. I think that is all workable in a development agreement. Per se, because then you're gonna start getting into more cul-de-sac issues.
Actually, the approaches from Jennifer, there's only two. Cause the Horseshoe Lane can
Yeah.
service this one.
Which that has to be made sure that that's developed. Right?
Yeah, it's,
well, this is very easy to put approaches in here, here, and even here.
But again, I think
well, the
it's,
cul-de-sac takes care of that third one.
Yeah,
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 So it's just really two. You have to look at easements for if the government's gonna, there's a pathway there, but maybe that has to be wider going across.
Yeah.
Jennifer, if we have to pump into Jack's Pond, I don't know what the government wants us to do. That was their
well, I
plan.
just think the sewer system, the sewer situation is they gotta comply with what we have to with the rest of the village.
Yeah,
Pump it up.
thanks.
so I guess the question.
And you know what, to me, that's way cheaper than having to, cause you know what it costs to build a field? For a good sewer system, a bona fide sewer system.
Yeah, I do,
Expensive.
drilling a well isn't cheap either,
Huh?
drilling a well isn't cheap.
No, it's not
So-
anymore.
No.
Back there, it's a lot cheaper than it is close to the lake, though. Your water is way better quality and not quite as deep.
Right.
So, but whatever, I mean, it's,
But we still, comes down to the point we have a sewer regulation that has to go in Jackson. You gotta stick with that.
Yep.
I mean,
I totally agree with that.
mhm.
So I guess really, because this is just to present to you guys an outline kind of idea, but
It's
it's
just a
not,
proposal.
it's just a proposal. It's not an actual application for subdivision. So,
And I don't, so do we need a letter or a resolution of intent that the concept plan looks okay to council and hand it over to Leanna?
so I think,
I love the presentation, I love the concept. I really do. I like the big acreages. So, there's people that, this is out there now, and they say they're gonna sell their place within the village and buy one of those.
Are there?
Right now, I know 3 of them for a fact.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Good, okay.
so I
Good.
think what you guys need to decide is, you're okay with the proposal idea, right?
I think
But
so.
the sewer thing has to be looked at in more depth.
I think that has to go
And I
to,
think, with what Lauren's saying with that ATCO thing has to be straightened out.
Well, Leanne will put that all together because the development, subdivision development plan has to come back to council for review anyway.
Yeah.
And if she wants to have a meeting with council on some of our ideas beforehand, that would be great as well. It's too bad she's not here today, but she can't be.
But I guess all I'm saying is,
Yeah.
let's get this thing started.
this is a proposal.
Yeah.
And council is, you are in agreement with the proposal that was presented and refer
How do you
to,
word the motion?
That's your guys'.
Yeah, don't get too in depth, this is a proposal, but there still has to be an actual application, and that's when we start developing an agreement.
Well, it's a concept plan, so you can use that number for that wording.
Yeah.
Uh,
Draft proposal. Well, to approve
The draft concept plan for the new lots at Buffalo Ranch Estates.
as presented by Buffalo Ranch Estates.
yeah, and then, yeah, we'll take it and,
Play with it.
yeah,
I think it's a pretty,
I'll make that motion.
I think it's.
Yeah.
I think
So
we,
you've got.
I love It's gonna fix that problem.
Well, you got it.
Well, look at the tax base we're gonna
Basically-
get off that. If it, when it goes through, if it goes through.
Consisting of a change,
Well, and it's,
It gives us more MR to deal with
like,
recreation,
because that's what it's,
whatever.
this is a change. to
garden,
this.
whatever.
it's dead land. It's absolutely dead land as it is right now.
Yeah.
and on that bottom cul-de-sac there. By where
Yeah,
the catch basin is.
Yep.
Can come off that cul-de-sac and here into that other piece, I don't know the elevations there, but for certainly. Village use,
this down in here,
yeah,
that's all slough.
is it?
So these, down in the bottom left, the lot there,
This one?
yeah, what's the little square thing up in that corner there? Is
That is part of this development.
that part of the
Yeah,
lot?
this here is a roadway.
That's the roadway. to
That's a
get into
roadway
the-
to get into this.
Yeah,
Next
yeah,
to Don's.
right, okay,
So this would allow access into this lot. This would allow access into that lot.
oh, I see, okay,
And,
Or they could come off.
or they can come off.
or they could come off here.
Sure,
Okay, so I have, okay, so we said Ed was putting his name on it to approve the.
These
proposed
are,
Draft concept plan
There's lots.
consisting of a change to phase
I don't know what we have.
4 and 5 of Buffalo Ranch Estate subdivision.
yes, I think that's.
I don't know what we'd have to ask for them.
You want to hear the?
Do you want to hear it?
Hear the motion?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Moved by Councillor Wyatt to approve the proposed, draft concept plan consisting of a change to phase 3, 4, and 5 of Buffalo Ranch Estate subdivisions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
Right, voted?
Yeah.
All in favor,
Yeah.
unanimous.
Okay, here we go.
And we'll get that out to Leanne and we'll get the letter drafted for him to put in his application.
Okay, and then also you gotta look down the road too with Nelson's property there. In the future, there could be more properties there than what we on their concept. plan. Because of the fact that change of title maybe, or else change of lot sizes. Maybe contains sewer and water, but it's all been thrown out there by Nelson's.
I think as we're looking at development agreements, that's where a lot of the finer details get sorted.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So. Do you wanna give us any
Yeah,
information, Bob?
the only thing that I is the ambulance authority has signed a 6-month bridging agreement with AHS and they're looking at. Or agree to and they're looking, trying to get a long term, they're trying to get a meeting to set up a long term.
6 months, sorry.
6 months bridging agreement with the government. Or
AHS?
AHS, I think it is, yeah.
So what about the shift
Still,
flex? Not. Definitely one towards 12 or,
yeah, it's still,
yeah,
yeah, it's still. It's still a work in progress.
Details?
No, that's it.
I guess we've answered the one question that I had, with the AGM for the meeting. I think that's,
Oh, and she got back to me. So again, it's still just that weekend, 6th and 7th of July that's available. So if you want to do that weekend or do it at the public workshop or whatever.
we should decide because we should get that out there. People, that's what people need to know. As early as possible.
Well, I'm okay with the 6th or 7th, but
Yeah, I am.
Okay, great, okay.
As long as it's convenient for,
I think
So-
last year, you know, the first weekend, like the weekend of the first, there was less people at the parade and stuff, because I think people were still tidying up their kids from school and stuff, and you know,
so maybe the weekend after would be more.
well, I think last year there was less people in the village on the July 1st long weekend, just because people weren't.
So you want the Saturday or the Sunday?
Well, July 1st is a Monday anyway, so it
Yeah.
just becomes a regular weekend.
Well, Saturday the 6th.
Yeah.
Okay, Housing Authority, I don't have anything on that because our meeting is not till tomorrow night, so. I guess we'll get some information from them. After that. Tree planting, I talked to Stan, and he's available and willing to. Take and organize that again and look around, and see what they're proposed to put some new trees this year. So, and he's gonna get back to us, it's the delegation, possibly the next meeting.
You'll just send me an email when he's ready.
Yeah, you betcha. That's about all we got. Oh. I do have one issue, but I don't know if it was. Written a lot.
Sorry.
Locks in the. On the Public Works building, they've been changed.
Yes, they have. And that's due
Does
to,
council have the ability to get in there? Will they have the ability to get in there if they need to?
and that's based on the roles and responsibilities. And also you guys are covered under insurance as the role of council. But when it comes to the shop and anything that happens in there, that would be WCB, which is employee. So I have to make sure that there's that separation in the roles for insurance and liability.
So nobody within council has this to it.
Correct.
So if there's, I'm just asking a question, so, Dustin's working in there. And, by himself and something happens. Door's locked.
That's where we're working along. I will check in as good as I can. If I don't hear anything, I'll have to drive out. That would be what would be in the process for whatever moves forward.
Or what happens
Once
if
I'm on
there's,
site, then it's
if
different.
there's an emergency on the weekends and we need in there?
Then it's a call administration and it's a call out. That's why you have staffing handles that part, not council, because that's where the role change. Unless you want to be staff, that is, again, we'll have that discussion. It's up to you guys to discuss. But that's the reason that it's been done this way. And that's the legislative requirements and insurance coverage, WCB, all that stuff.
Well. In emergency. The door can come off. But there's certain situations that are. I'm just concerned for certain situations, that's. I can see them.
And I guess that is where call me. I will go through what's the emergency, and if I have to drive out or I have to call one of the guys to come in, that's what I do.
And what happens if nobody's available?
That, and if it's a medical emergency or something, let's say Dustin's in there or someone's in there, it's working, it's down. Can use the cell phone, but not even in there, we can get cell phone working. But
That's where your safety, like. I can do what I can with the safety, but I need to have. The council has to be on side with adding the safety features and supporting administration in the decisions and budgets and all that to make sure safety requirements are being met. And the needs are being met, and we have the safety things. And we have the call back and the backup. That's how this works. If we don't have, if you don't want that, then. I don't have any answers right now for this. But that is the regulations. You are not to be in those roles and the premise as a staff. Because that's not the hat you wear, you're a counselor. So if you went in there and you got hurt, that's a liability issue and you're not a staff member. That's an insurance claim, that's a whole other ballgame.
have to do some thought on that, because I got. The crosses for Erskine are in the building.
Yep.
And it depends on the weather as far as. It could happen. After hours easily, because it has before.
I think we can make all the arrangements within the operating hours and do what we can to accommodate to make sure everything gets flowing. So that nothing gets hindered in what we do.
What else? Okay, so
Okay, that's all I got.
One question, because I missed the second point I've had after you senior housing, what's the point you made to Melissa? I just. The one thing is before the locks, but after senior housing is tomorrow. What's the thing about send the email?
The which?
This was send an email, there's something I missed because I was,
Oh, Stan was gonna send you an email.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll contact admin
okay,
when they wanna be delegations.
okay.
Sorry, it took me a minute.
Sorry, I had missed that because I was doing the ATM and just saying that we had booked it.
Yeah.
Kind of for this time frame, so. Thank you.
That's all I got.
Okay, the water commission has, before the end of 2023, because they got the. Funding to do the line from Denalda to. Walls and Roseland. They bought pipe. In 2023, ordered pipe because. The supply line was getting low as far as price was going. Way up, so they. Spent about 1.2 million or something. To get it for installation. Later this year. And the line to Ocean Sands from our truck fuel station has been. It's gonna get. The grand opening here in, I think in May or June. And then that'll get finalized and we may be able to pay all of that portion of that debenture. Which is not very much for us.
Yeah.
$2,000 or something.
Oh.
I believe that's what it is.
I thought you had said something about that. That's just the road.
Oh, sorry. 30, about 3,200 for Ocean Sands, our portion in there somewhere.
3,200?
Yeah. And then the the line up to Roseland and Ball, our portion would be around $20,000 somewhere in there.
It's more on that than I was expecting, but we'll get there. Okay, so in actuality, we'd be looking at about $24,000 in grants.
Right, if you wanted to pay them off, you don't have to. But they'd be debentured over 25 or 30 years then.
And that adds to your budgets annually, so.
If you can afford to pay them off, you can only pay them off at certain times then. This is the time, this is when the new financing goes through Alberta Capital Finance.
You betcha.
Then, there was some land use bylaw items that we were gonna look at, just so we don't forget about it.
Yes, and that's something that will,
Budget.
yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Actually, we left it under the development contracting. So we're just gonna do it by. Pick what you wanna start working on, and it's just the minor adjustments or.
yeah, it's not a major review or anything, it's
Yeah.
just some stuff, okay. Now, we had a meeting that Buffalo Lake management team up at Bashaw. So with boat launches around the lake, there's some. Do you have it on our agenda?
Yes, in my report.
Well, I'll leave that alone. Now, the new office. I had another thought about the heating system in there. It's gotta be a downdraft gas furnace, right? It's what's going in there.
Yes.
So the problem with the situation that lots of people have at the lake is that the trickle system for the condensate that comes out of there.
Yep.
Freezes up the sewer lines. Like there's quite a few that have a big problem. So to rectify that, you can treat with limestone containment system, you can treat the condensate to take the to make it neutral.
Okay,
And there's so it goes into a little tank and then it pumps it all at once.
okay,
And so it's gone down the sewer line. It doesn't trickle down the line because when it trickles down the line, in some instances, it dams up.
It builds the ice,
Yeah.
puts up and
Yeah.
then it'll freeze your sewer up.
Ken Verts, for example, has a heat tape down the sewer line because it's had that problem.
yeah, and this is all built into this unit too, is the heat tracer things are all built right into there so that it's an automatic follows. The different lines along the side and the plugins are all built in.
Yeah, so the actual condensate that comes out though has to be handled.
Yes.
I mean, it can be done later, but you gotta do it.
I have been asking about those things and that's why the heat tracer things are built right in with all the tubing, you name it. Because I didn't wanna have.
And all those
to
costs
deal with
are
that later.
considered in.
So then the building location. Council wanted it moved back farther into the hill. Was that taken into consideration?
That was sent off to the engineers to not exceed the 10% and they put it back to even allow for the working for the drainage around the building. So that's where it was designed.
So who decided on the 10% thing? Why can't we go 20% or?
You guys did that through resolution not to add on more expense.
No. Well, I think that should be changed because adding on to 20, even a 20% variance, it's not gonna cost much. I mean, like we can go out there and physically look at this. To where it's presented to us to where it's supposed to go, right where the bins are. That takes out all your parking. There's nowhere to park within the cul-de-sac, no. You'll be parking out where you're supposed to be driving in. But you gotta physically go out there and look at it, like you said. Just review it and view it yourself in person.
I already have a contractor coming to visit me and to talk about the site prep. Already. Based on the designs and we're getting ready to get the engineers out to mark everything. To move ahead. we're running out of time. Unless we wanna just cancel this whole thing and we're done. I don't know what else to do, guys. I'm at a kinda. I'm pushing as quickly as I can. But. if you
Well,
want
I
more
think I
page-
really think that we should review this in person. Because there's no common sense there at all, in my view, none at all. We're, number one, we've got to put in a water system right where the bins have been going and all the garbage has been running out, and it's in a slough anyway. The water system has to be at least 4 feet underground and still insulated. Allowing it to, over the years, possibly leak and contaminate your potable water. Quite likely in 2 to 3 years down the road, we are going to be running a water line from our water station, and that building will be the first place that the water is gonna go, inevitably. I mean, where else is it gonna go? If it's gonna go to that building, then we should have easy access underneath the footing. This is why I totally disagree with putting it on stilts. Putting in a basement is gonna cost the same as stilts. Water system, skirting, ramp, it's all gonna cost the same. I already got a cost, I know what it's gonna cost for the basement, but I wanna see what the cost is gonna be. Put it on stilts,
Pilings are coming in at about 12,000.
okay? Then I wanna know what the water system is gonna cost, and I would like to know what it's gonna cost to maintain heat tapes for 8 months of the year for both water and sewer, because that's gonna be plugged in so that those don't freeze up. So that's gonna be a big cost right there. Just
Yeah,
to
I guess-
maintain your,
That whole,
Lines.
that's what I'm trying to work on getting to you guys is somebody who's going to help me. And we're gonna create and come back for the last budget approval, which is the site preparation, the water.
this is
the
why I
sewer.
say we should all go physically out there and have a look at this, because you're gonna get a better distinct observation of really what's reality out there. I know what it costs what it's gonna cost to build a pad up there to put this unit on, whether we put it on a basement or whether we put it on stilts. But you put it on stilts, you're gonna lose whatever square footage you have upstairs, downstairs.
Yeah, I think the issue we had with the basement was that was against the engineer's recommendations, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, they had,
down there where in the hall, in the slough area. But if it's put up in there where we initially thought it would look really nice, out of the way, parking, then you've got yourself a building that's sitting on a really good foundation, and you alleviate all your water and sewer problems. This thing that Lorna brought up with the condensation running out of your heater eliminates that completely, because it just goes into your.
That-
Now you've got room for a water system downstairs, that's gonna cost you $1,400 as opposed to 20,000. You've got a safety area for it, you've got no room for contamination. And you're creating more room for more office space or more space for supplies and stuff.
I know that the building is, because Melissa was up there, the building's framed and it's already for siding and all the rest of it, was seating, and it's been built for piles.
For piles.
It-
Well, in all honesty, I think we just went into this way too quick.
Yeah, well, I can't go back on it, but we could certainly have an on-site do it, all three of us and Melissa.
Well, I think we certainly should.
Well, I'm not an engineer.
I think it's
So
worth it.
I can't, I'm not gonna sit here and have this because I'm not the engineer.
Yeah.
If you want me to schedule the engineers to come out and meet with you guys and go through everything, that's fine. If you want me to pull in a contractor that does site prep and all that kind of stuff in also, so you can all ask the questions you want and get a outside perspective, I would arrange that, but I am not going to go and be the engineer and all that stuff when,
No, that's.
No,
You
I'm
gave
not asking.
That's-
yeah, you gave me a budget, we're trying to stay within this budget, and I'm gonna bring you back another on the site prep, the moving of the dumpsters, all that stuff, because that is a different number. You only authorize the building, I've been tight with the building to meet everything and try to keep it within the guidelines you gave me.
All I wanna do is have us to go out there and review the whole situation so that we have a hands-on.
I think what it's gonna be, either the contractor or the engineer is the person.
Well, you can get a contractor that's gonna do site evaluation and whatnot, easy. You can get, there's lots of them around here.
Well, I think Melissa's already worked.
Yeah, I am working on getting all that for you guys. Because you
Well,
need the numbers.
set up a meeting to meet with these guys, I guess.
Well, you gotta be out there too.
Yeah, I can come, I can make it.
That's very important.
Yeah, I can.
And you'll just see my way of thinking. That's-
Yeah, that's fine. Let's get that.
Well, certainly an on-site inspection will settle everybody's mind.
Yeah, exactly.
I think so. I agree.
And throw some more options out there if we have to.
Okay, and I'll book the engineers and the person that I'm going to meet with is Ken Marr. And I'll have him come meet you guys out there and you can all sit down.
Okay,
How's that? I'll
Sure.
schedule that, get the engineers to give me a date when they can come out.
sure.
And we, you know, we do have some time, but time costs for this
Absolutely.
here. But if we have to really make it so that there's no question with council and administration, if we're all on the same page, because it seems like we're all not.
Yeah,
If we
And
get to that
and
point,
I'm glad you worded it that way, because you're right, yeah.
it would settle things.
Yep.
Because
But I mean, now that Bob's here, I would really like to go up there before you go home and have a look.
that's good. I'll go get drunk, this afternoon, we'll take a look.
Yeah. Sure, and just see what we're talking about here.
Yeah. I mean, it's not my area of expertise, honestly, like, so.
Well, this is where we made the motion and I was defeated on whether it goes on stilts or not. because
Yeah, well,
I think
I
we
made,
really gotta have another look at that.
well, I made my decision based on
Yeah.
engineering.
The engineering
Yeah.
and the soil,
Yes, so it's
Geotechnical.
something or other, but yeah.
geotechnical.
yeah, but if you're also, if you're using, like, I don't wanna be kissing to death, but if you're using screw piles, that's how the building is built, that's the only way you can do it. Screw piles, you don't have to do any geotech or
No.
hill if it's pushed back.
Well, I mean, in the hill, if you're digging a basement, you got your foundation. That's your geotech.
I don't know where their support. Posts are for the. Where the plate goes up underneath.
Oh, yeah, I see, yeah, I see what you do.
Because it's not a beam
Yeah.
system per se.
Yeah.
It's built for the screw piles, which is.
So well, afterwards, after the meeting, I could drive out there and check my place anyhow, so.
Okay, sorry for bringing up that dirty subject again.
No, it's gotta get fixed, that's gonna be on the.
Well, we gotta be all-
on the same
Got
wavelength
this
there.
page, yeah.
Town Baptist and Kenmar.
I need a motion to get that scheduled, because that's gonna have effects on your budgets. Motion to schedule Aptus Engineering to come up to the Roshan Sands Hall and a.
White Sands Home.
White Sands Hall
White Sands Home.
Sands Hall, sorry.
Baptist and
and the building, the contractors.
Kenneth Graham.
And site contractor GM possibility. For discussions of the site.
Okay,
You guys have to move this by administration. Administration to schedule Aptus and Kenneth Graham, site contractor, to discuss for discussions on the site. Location of the municipal building.
Yeah. Reason, yeah, he's well. I haven't sat down and looked fully yet to get everything. Good.
Okay, I need someone to put their name on the motion and.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay,
all in favor?
Yes. Okay,
So the. We had some discussion on that sign that's at Bar Harbor Corner, that's all.
Direct to chef.
Yeah, when the county did the road there, so I think it should be replaced. Well, it's had a few shotgun shells in it too, so. Well, I mean, we can get something made similar and then get it put up either by the county or maintenance guys, but I'd rather the county do it because there is. But I don't know why that, like, it's deep enough that you never hit it, but
They'll supply the sign and they put it up, me,
if we can.
Well, we talked about this in a meeting with the Public Works. He was gonna measure the sign and do some checking on that, and then what we would do is get the pricing for the signs, see what we can come up with, then we'd have to make an application over to county, let them know what the intent is and what their requirements are.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it's kind of in our already
So-
in our list of stuff that we're working
If we're
on.
gonna do one over there, can we do one over at 835 at four-way stop too?
There's one on the highway road.
There is one.
That's what I mean, but it should be repainted or fixed up, and it's pretty drab.
Well, there's an Alberta traffic. Like the government put one up.
Oh, I'm talking about the white sand one that was beside the fish derby sign
Yeah.
at the four-way stop. That's pretty ugly.
I'll have to get them to check that one out. I can't remember
mean,
now.
everyone-
It's not an Alberta traffic sign
No.
per se.
No, it's the regular white sand sign that says white sands. It's the same basically signature of the one that you're talking
Is
about
it
over
just
here.
chloroplast with red, white sand
Yeah.
over that way?
Yeah.
Okay, I know it's right on the fence.
The one.
Oh, it's on the private fence?
It's on the, I think it's on the
It's
fence.
not on the fence.
No,
No, it's not on the fence. It's on a freestand board that
okay.
it's been
It's
there for
right at the
years.
four-way stop, where you turn right to go down the gravel
From
road
Ocean
over,
over.
yeah.
Okay, I'll have to get Public Works to check on it. I'll check on it too, and then we'll have to figure out where we need, if it's part of county. We'll put them all together in one and get all the pricing.
Just give them our.
If it's on county land, we need approval. If it's on highway land, that's a whole nother approval.
That's is highway
Is it highway?
transport or. Alberta
Well, it's in the
transport.
ditch. It's not on the fence line.
Yeah, it's
It's in the ditch.
Yeah.
It's still highway. It's,
And they might wanna move it back onto the ditch. I mean, I think that was just put there, but somebody that wanted to put the road and sand signs up way back when, and it's always stayed there, but the county would, if you're getting an approval, they might make us put it back on the fence, so that it improves the sight line of the stop signs and traffic that's coming here and whatnot. I know I would.
they'll have their rules for
Yeah.
all that stuff, and we have to just follow their rules.
Yes.
We need their permission before we enter into there.
Okay, I just wanted to bring up. And I know it was brought up last year, but nothing was done about it. Was that new mower we have? And there was a conversation about the deck being too wide. And you could trade it. For a smaller.
I don't see why, we need to, with that big mower, put it in a place where it's not too wide.
Flat.
Yeah.
On flat surfaces, yeah,
We've got another one there that can go around the post signs and be in the small spots.
yeah.
That's not an issue. I mean, we bought that mower, so it was wide enough so you can get stuff done a lot quicker.
Yeah, so.
And there's lots of ground around there for that thing to go crazy for 4
So
days.
isn't that part of maintenance and equipment? I'm kind of confused with what in this discussion when we gotta make sure we use the equipment you authorized. The best ability as to fit and cover the needs of cleaning up the community, am I correct?
It was brought up by our previous. I don't, you don't wanna know what I wanna call him, blah, 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 but. He was the one that said, no, that thing is too big. It's no good for here. It's whatnot, but he didn't know what he was talking. And I think that's why that
I
conversation.
haven't had any concerns
Okay.
from.
No, I think,
Well, you weren't here last.
no, you weren't.
But where the ditches are deeper,
Yeah,
that new tractor should be used on more flatter areas than.
that would be. a
Our bigger
common
open
sense
spaces
work
and.
Approach,
well,
and safety
it may
issues
be-
and what works best
it
to
should
reduce
be-
the risk.
Be looked at and you'll find out when. So,
Okay,
because it's for a flatter surface, because it's 7 inches wide or whatever.
Yeah, it's a
And
Yeah.
bigger, more stable for the ditch lines, for the slopes. for the open areas, it was bought for a reason. I mean, the reason that this is bringing up, I think now is because the last maintenance guy said, well, that we can't use that because we can't use any other attachments on it. What other attachments are we talking about? That brush that we have, which is the most useless thing that I even hate to watch being operated because it's not, shouldn't even be used. It's a waste of time and it's a waste of money, but that's somebody else's problem, not mine.
Okay,
That kind of stuff handles in the budget.
Yeah.
And things like that, if it's replacement of things, then we look at that based on that.
But no, as far as that issue goes, it shouldn't be an issue because that tractor was bought for a good reason and the reason is out there.
okay, so moving right along.
Sorry.
The only last thing that happened was that license on the right of way, and we're on top of it, but we're gonna have to be patient. But we have got no choice. It's frustrating as hell. And to tell you the truth, the whole voting issue and the docs and everything else was since 2011. And it's still a mess.
Geez, well, government.
I don't, what, you can't do anything, but just try and keep the ratepayers informed as best you can.
I see the Frost has lifted a couple of those tabs out there.
We have to take another look at it.
I'm gonna walk out there when the ice goes and see. Anyway, it's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda for you guys to.
Okay, so then, Melissa's report,
Yeah, you gotta approve your reports.
well, Melissa has one. We'll do our council first, okay.
Yeah. Is this how you guys have read it?
Motion to accept the council reports.
As presented?
Yes.
Okay, in my report,
All in favor?
All in favor?
Yeah,
sorry. I'm gonna try and whip through this quick. Okay, so March 21st, Roshan Sands, White Sands to collaborate on updates regarding the fee for services bylaw passed. You guys took care of that. March 28th, went to Nelson Homes to complete the electrical walkthrough of the building and review the colors, etc. Next walkthrough will be required at the end of April, beginning of May. So I've already brought it to Lauren's attention, so I'm bringing it to your guys' attention so that whoever wants to possibly go for the walkthrough on that one. When we go again, then we can schedule that.
Yeah, and I think it's like when you talked the other day. Going up there separately would probably look better. Because some people have to stop.
I'm not any better at that. So April 4th, municipal scrap planning session, we had at the office here, staff council reviewed old plan that had been passed by council. Had not been passed by council and await the new plan from the facilitator to bring back to council. And put it towards what we're moving ahead with in the strat planning comes out of it. Stormwater management plan is in final review with Aptus Engineering. Once final review complete, we'll bring back to council for final approval of that report. Based on the draft report, the project list is in the 5-year capital plan provided to council for review and adoption, so I've already built it in there. Just so you're aware. The village water pumping licenses expire on April 11th. Administration worked with Aptus Engineering to renew the applications prior to expiry and have received the new approval. So the approval is now effective from April 11th, 2024 to April 12th, 2034. So it's a 10-year lease. Covers the 6 areas that are described in the stormwater management plan and are listed in the 5-year capital plan.
Well, thanks for doing that, Melissa, because you know. I had to do that every bloody year. Every year they wanted it until it got changed. But you got the 10-year
Yes.
is absolutely fantastic.
And that also has probably to relate to, we also had discussions with them on the stormwater management plans, so they were in favor of what we were doing. So that helps also. April 16th, yesterday, met with the auditors. We were completing the 2023 financial audits. Once the audits are complete, may require scheduling a special meeting of council to review and approve those. So we make our deadlines. That's what we're looking at. Boat launch. The administration has discussed the low water levels of the lake with the municipal insurance company to assess liabilities and risks the municipality may face. Last year, there was a wooden barricade placed at the boat launch to close it off due to repairs required. Even though it was closed, there were issues of users not paying attention to the signage and barricade and still attempting to use. Signage stating use at your own risk does not negate liability on the municipality if we know there is a risk. The administration is recommending council make a resolution to close the boat launch access due to low water levels for the 2024 season with concrete blocks to reduce liability and risks.
You want to finish your report before we make that resolution?
Sure.
Okay.
April 15th, Administration, Public Works and Mayor met to go over the Public Works maintenance requirements of the village. Items discussed were the drainage, gates, washrooms, ditches, equipment, boat launch, dock staffing, etc. The meeting was very productive on all levels. April 5th, email regarding the municipal office water tank concerns. So I sent that out to you guys. And based on the information received as outlined from Builder in April 9th email, and based on overall future operating costs, administration would like to continue with the tank as demand. Docks and mooring registration is going strong, and as of today, there are 20 applications received. They are coming in daily. And I mean, they're coming in.
Good.
Administration and Public Works are assessing some municipal reserve issues in regards to vehicles crossing MR, stored items, sheds, trailers, etc. And I did attach some pictures there in my report. There are some interesting things going on that we're gonna work on. ASBA conference will be held on October 17th and 18th, 2024, Thurwood Park. Administration will require dates from council to schedule an MPC meeting to review development applications with a variance request. Administration would like to schedule any time from April 23rd to May 3rd. So I'm just looking for you guys to review your schedules, provide me some dates that I can work towards.
Can you send something out in the
Yes,
email?
I just thought I'd bring it to your attention. I just received this. ICF engagement survey is due on April 19th. Does council wish to have input into the survey and do a short online meeting to complete? Administration has been advised that IJD will not terminate the Summer Village contract in 2024 as advised, and awaiting the new contract to set the municipality up for another 3 years. IJD and administration work through the safety code audits accreditation process, and results are attached in the package. March 14th, I had a meeting of the administration team from the IDP regarding an item that was a resolution of the IDP meeting for Buffalo Lake dredging. So we had that discussion, and we're going to the CAO for White Sands, or the CAO for Roshan, and myself are going to work on a report for an application of an ACP grant for presenting to the committee. General summary, ACP grant requests that all municipalities require a study on how to maintain and enhance the recreational boating on Buffalo Lake. And how we can incorporate the boat launches and everything into some kind of study like this that would provide all municipalities a good source.
Yeah, in regards to that, there was some more discussion as well. And like certain areas would have an advantage for dredging, but other areas not,
That's right. So you,
because it's sloughed back in. Bashaw's or Pelton Point is in really bad trouble.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
They closed the marina.
Yeah.
For this year. And there's a big hole behind their pads because the big boats blew up all the gravel and silt.
We were in Chestermere here last weekend. We've been out there, they put their new launch pad must be $500,000 to $1 million and it's right off the Safeway parking lot. It's very, very unique, really, really nice.
It's ridiculous.
In Chestermere Lake. And we went by them there the other day. There's 60 to 70 feet of mud between the bottom of the round and the edge of the water. Straight mud. Like, it's gonna be years before they can use that again. Like, I thought our lake was low, but just viewing some of these other ones that we've toured around and whatnot, like Slave Lake is down that far. We can't use our marina. We just found that out the other day.
Really?
We're gonna close it, yeah. And that's big, that's huge,
Yeah, for there.
yeah.
And also the other thing is with the dredging would help Pelican Point if they can get their boat launch working, but the county doesn't want to repair the hole behind the paths
Mhm.
because then they would be perceived as taking over that
Oh,
boat launch, and they don't want to have anything to do with it.
more red tape.
And then also the other people that would take advantage of the dredging would be certainly erosion centers. In the bay there. Ourselves, it's really questionable because the way it sloughs back in,
Yeah.
so it like,
Last.
so. And as far as our boat launch being closed, I know that they're looking at that for Pelican Point and other access.
Well,
Gene McDonald is too.
it's common sense. This is what's gonna happen if we don't close it. Again, that was our last liability.
Yep.
That's stupid.
And you actually had some things up, they just went.
Yeah, we had wood first. and
Yes.
we Moved them back and forth.
Yeah.
Each.
Yeah. But I checked with the insurance company and no, we weren't, because you had that step, but I'm just asking. This is the step I wanna take this time.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I think that, okay, you sent me that.
Yeah.
We don't need that.
And then last on my report is back to April 9th. Talked with Alberta Environment. Had a nice discussion about our police, why it's still sitting in chaos nowhere. And based on when they did the legislation, our applications run long before the TSA stuff came into place, so downloading it onto us is not particularly environment inviting when we don't have the revenue or any other sources of enforcement and who's paying for it.
And it's not our responsibility. It's really the bed and shore is the provinces.
Correct, so they understood and they agreed, they were having additional meetings to figure all this out, because again. Is it the municipality's burden for provincial or recreation stuff? You're a community that borders the shore. So, yeah, anyway, as Lauren provided you more information.
Yep.
I'm done, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, this engagement, this survey. The ICF is. It's just a bunch of questions. And did
Yeah.
you go into it?
I didn't look into it yet, I
It-
figured it's really probably
It
fairly
is.
easy.
Yeah, but we can do it as a full council. Or we can do it individually.
Yeah, it's up to you guys, if you wanna do it as a full council, just one application, you all just kind of go into a Teams meeting or whatever, and I'll set it up, and you can just tell me what you want out of the questions. Or you can put one person, or each one of you can do it individually.
And they don't really care, but it is to do with finances partially. And how the ICFs work. So. For example. The traffic study was done between 3 municipalities. but the roads are all in the county, right? So it kind of goes back and forth like that, and they're asking questions, but sometimes the county does spearheads collaborative things that is advantage to Ocean and White Sands, and also South Buffalo Lake, of course, so.
Yeah.
It works back and forth.
And that was in the BLIDP administration meeting that from one of the resolutions, we were looking at how do we collaborate and make it for all the municipalities around the lakes, so that when we apply for the ACP grant, the results will be good for all municipalities.
Okay.
So that's whatever you guys decide you want.
So we can either just do it, you'd send us a link and we would just do it, or
the link is on the sent out already. At least I have.
Yeah, but I can resend it. Right after the meeting, I can resend it.
I don't know what the best way to approach it would be without conversation with Leslie on it too. Because she knows some of the ins and outs of it more than we may, but it's just general questions, but I didn't want to go too far into it because maybe you couldn't get out of it because I never checked any boxes off or.
Yeah. Well, it's up to council, like if you are content that Lauren and the CAO do it, then that would be what you guys would decide. Or if you want
I'd
to
be-
be involved in it,
Wonderfully thrilled if you guys would do it.
yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Okay,
Sure.
okay,
okay, well then Melissa and I'll,
we'll
Yeah.
just sit down and get her done.
yeah, it's only a 15-minute or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that it's.
And
just
they got
hard.
the questions, you just poke off what you think.
Okay,
And we can possibly print it out and then circulate it after we.
yeah, I'm okay with you guys doing it. 'cause
We'll try, usually it's a little harder to do that.
Yeah.
Next 2 or 3.
How about if we just get council does a resolution saying CAO and mayor can complete before then April 19th deadline.
Yep.
Sure,
Betcha.
And it depends how long it is, I might be able to screenshot it
Yeah,
and then fill in the dots. But it doesn't, I mean, you guys gotta trust us again.
I'm good with that.
so it's the ICF engagement survey.
Okay, so, or action list,
Hey, who's making the resolution on that one?
I'll make a resolution on the boat launch, closing the boat launch.
Okay, that's next.
Motion by Councilor Guerin to have the mayor and CEO complete the ICF engagement survey.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, sorry, before April 14th, right?
April 19th.
19th, sorry. Okay. And then the next motion is now.
In favor, what?
Well, we're gonna close it. Is it immediately or in how long? And
For this
the
resolution?
boat launch.
Oh, the boat launch? Okay, I haven't even got to that yet. Okay,
Indefinitely.
Soon as you get the cement blocks over there, it's closed.
how about we are, okay, so I had asked for a resolution to close the boat launch access due to low water levels for the 2024 season with concrete blocks to reduce liability and risk.
Okay. Like
Does
that.
that answer the question? 2024 season?
yeah, and it
It
is.
sure as hell isn't gonna fill up before that.
It is a decision that is not just thrown out there.
No, it's been looked at from past liability cases and
And
what's gonna
also
happen in the future.
that Buffalo Lake management team.
Yeah.
We had environment people there. And it was a consensus that each municipality make their mind up. What they want to do.
So it's close the boat launch access due to low water levels for the 2021 season with concrete blocks to reduce liability risks.
Yes.
And don't put the pier,
Oh, that's not going in. If you're not opening the launch, we don't put the pier. Pier,
It'd be useless.
Yeah. The pier can only go in if you have the boat launch on them. Alright, to me, they're hand in hand, that's the only reason that they're.
Right.
Are you voting on that? On the close the boat launch access due to low water levels for 2024 season, the concrete blocks to reduce liability risks.
Might have some gimmicks.
But we'll post that up.
Are any boat launches usable?
The one on Bayview. Is,
But it's really, really,
there's no parking there hardly, and you have to back down that one and turn.
Yeah.
some of the people I talk to won't even use it. Regardless.
And one at Ocean Sands is in trouble.
Is it? How about the,
Past the pads, it's all scooped out.
how about the park?
Park is not good either, we even made it at the end of last year, it's terrible.
Yeah.
I told my husband I'm not going in the boat, putting it out there.
I know lots of people that aren't even taking shrink wrap off theirs this year.
That's what I'm thinking.
They're not touching it.
Okay, and the next one is to accept the CAO reports as presented. Once put their name on there.
I will. See,
Yes, they're pretty.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Financials. Can you take us through there, Melissa?
Yeah, this is the council revenue expenditures as of March 31st, based on your interim operating budget. So we are sitting at 164,351 in expenses. And of course, we have no revenue.
I just had a question about that. Don't we have monthly money coming in? For taxes?
Yes. Is that not coming up in the thingy?
Well, yeah, we've got a total revenue of $8,919.
So that's tax, that's your monthly tax.
That's some general administration, some tax stuff, planning and development stuff. So it's just bought in, but you will,
I just thought that there was people that were on those, that
Yes.
tip program or whatever, it's like the tax, the monthly tax thing.
yes.
And so basically, taxes and penalties so far is $191. Well, more than that must have come in on,
Can you pull that?
That sheet.
Yeah,
doesn't work.
because how many we got on that?
About $21,000 a month right now, so I don't know, maybe something in the report.
Going through here to look at
like it's,
why it didn't show up in the report.
And then when it hasn't been showing up for a while, then there's something. It's
So yes, you have revenue coming in, so there's 21,000, January, February. March, so you would have 3 months, so we got about $60,000 of prepaid tax revenue.
yeah,
Is there a line that you can make for that so that we know that?
It should be under the taxes and penalties, and we're not too sure why, if that is because of having an interim, but it should still show. Because you haven't passed the actual budget. So we have to double check that, I can't give you a full answer on that.
It's something with the report, because you have to pull in all the multiple GLs and stuff like that, so. Let me just.
But yeah, you do have your prepayment, and that's free for your 2024 taxes.
What do you call that? Chip
Tips.
Tips.
tips?
Tax don't pay
Tax on
tax
dollar payment plan.
And how many did we have?
Oh, you get about just over. $21,000 a month, as for the amount of
There's
them,
quite
I
a
think
few
you
residents.
have
that do it.
over 100 and some on
I
it.
know where we did.
Yeah. So if you
Always
calculate,
paid at the end of the year.
yeah, so right now you're having prepayment, so let's say you've got about $65,000 prepayment.
yeah, that's just my question is what, like,
Why didn't it come up?
why doesn't it come out?
Yeah, why is it on a line somewhere?
Well,
It should be under the taxes and penalties.
That's like $191.
I'm just looking here.
They should be able to pull that.
Well, you just look it up and then get it straightened out and like send it to us.
Just trying to.
Yeah. We'll do a revised. March 31st.
Well, they've been missing for the last however many months for that. It's something in that custom report, so
We'll have to fix that.
I have to fix some.
And then we'll resend it up to you guys.
Okay,
Sound good? Okay. And then your capital and revenue. Capital expenditures, so that's it pulls up the grants.
Boat launch.
That was when we did the repair. On the boat launch there, that goes more in another report. We can get into your budgeting. That's all broken down.
So that,
A lot of this stuff is already applied for in the grants, and not all of it in this budget.
well, that's $110,000. Cap.
And then your checklist is attached to you too. But when it comes to the Summer Village of White Sands financial report with the actual versus variance. Administration to double check and send out a revised showing tax revenue collected. Pre-tax revenue collected. Question?
this one on Aptus Engineering.
Yep.
Invoice 13310, APCO transformer at Buffalo Ranch.
Yeah, that's, they've been reviewing that. There is a cost when they do all this,
Okay,
which when we do whatever you're going to do in your next developments. These things need to be incorporated into a development agreement.
okay.
Developers should be paying the cost of the oversight engineer.
Can I just ask one more quick question that doesn't really pertain to this, I don't think though, but at the
Okay.
four-way stop going towards the office. There's a power pole there with something sticking off the top of it, you know what that is, Mark?
No, I saw it the other day.
What is that, you know, any idea?
No. It looks like
It's weird.
a transmission or. I don't know.
Hmm.
Like I looked at it and I thought, what the hell is that?
Does it look like they added something?
It's but they put it up on the post right up on top and it looks like a security camera, but it's not. It looks something like that, but it's not. I don't think.
Unless it's something to do with reading meters,
That's what I'm wondering,
because it used to be flyovers, right?
right, but I think now they're doing it all through remotes. So maybe it's a remote thing that catches all the readings, I don't know, it's not my fault. As long as it does, it's not falling down, right?
No. It's a
Okay,
new installation.
No, it's new installation.
Okay.
But it's weird, I don't know what it is. Chapman Reback,
Yeah, that's not,
That's what, okay,
But we're,
that's the lawyer,
yeah,
yeah,
okay,
it's in court
okay.
we're
this week, I think.
over our expenses.
See.
Any other questions on the check run? No. So we need a motion to, you got the draft operating.
If you want to just skip that one and go into your bank rec too, next, and then. They'll make two motions, one will be for one, 2, and 3, and 5. Well, the 1 to 10.3 and 10.5. There you go.
Opposite, because I think Lauren's missing it.
No, it's on the back of this one.
No, he doesn't have it, it's not
No.
quite updated.
Yeah, there you go.
The bank, I didn't get that one.
It'll be in your newest,
It looks like it went in behind the budget stuff.
yes, so it's 10.5 of it.
So the intent of that $300,000 that was cashed in, anything left is just gonna go back in to GIC.
It will, once we're done with the. With getting the municipal office out of the way. So at this point in time, all we're finalizing is moving that. Into the high interest account. And so it's in there, and then we're gonna balance over and move a fair amount of money into the high interest. And then just keep a. Operating balance. And then we'll just balance it from that way for now until that office is done.
So that one that was due. At the beginning of March or whatever, did the bank just roll it over automatically?
It went to their bank account, so you would see it in
It's
the top, it's near the top here. I got to do this straight as anything. This one right here, earned, interest earned, and then your investment matured, so that's the 300,000 that we had. And then the 11,000, 860,
Yeah, so-
30 cents.
so that
That's
in a high interest savings, right?
That one is not, well,
Well, it's moving into
We're gonna
once
move
it's
into it.
finished.
yeah,
Yes,
we're reading on TV now.
Okay.
And then the other one.
the other one is rolled over again.
It will show on your next month's reconciliation because it renewed this month.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then once we get through the capital. Especially the office stuff, we get these grants all clear up, then it's. Re-put in what we can back into GICs and just leave so much of that.
Yeah, that's right, okay.
We want to accept all financial reports from 10.1 to 10.3 and 10.5. As presented,
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
okay? Yes.
Vote,
All in favor?
yes.
Okay. So correspondence,
I just had one question, what's this thing, what CCANs or whatever? Like, I didn't quite understand that.
Oh,
I was just, it's new information, regulations that is made by, that has been allowed to municipalities can use. The residents supplied that information and I just thought I'd put it in as correspondence that I've received. How council wishes to use it is up to you guys.
I don't ever want to see them in the village.
Okay, no, just, I didn't know, okay.
They sent it as information for council's consideration, so it's better for me to just throw it in as correspondence and information so that you guys can review and decide what you want to do. Our safety code audit's done. Yes. We're good. Any other?
I was gonna ask you about there was a, item. Or not deleted, but.
Oh, okay. That was, I forwarded it to you guys because it's very good information. I didn't realize what it was exactly until I got in to watch the thing. And it's very good because it's about municipalities and councils and there was a survey that went out that I don't think we were ever part of. But it's very good information and they have their seminars around YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So I sent it to you guys because I actually watched one of their seminars and it hit on quite a few municipality biggest concerns and yeah, and it's more about rural and small urbans. So I thought it was good information, talks about downloading, one of the big issues in all these municipalities. The levels of government downloading onto municipalities, which is true. We deal with that every day. And then the other one is role clarities.
So this is a continuing thing and it is on YouTube anytime.
You can watch, yeah, that's why I just follow, it's got the links there on the different ones they have, and that's why I sent it.
Okay, it just said I'm confirming unsubscribed, that's all.
Yeah, I didn't understand why it did that, because the first one didn't kind of like that. So,
All right,
but I thought they were very informative. Should have been taking a recess.
Just did.
I think once we get to the correspondence here, can we take a short recess?
Sure.
yeah. Okay,
I
well,
got no more questions on correspondence.
Accept this information.
should we be sending James Nyberg a letter of congratulations?
What's your guys' call?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got a meeting tomorrow night on this phone. Plug out of his neck and let his head go down.
I'll say congratulations.
Oh, I will. Absolutely. No, I can do that myself on behalf of the,
Yeah, just
Count,
congratulations, yeah.
you know. And I
Okay,
don't think he'll be at too many meetings, as much as he has been, which he goes to every one of them. But he's gonna be zooming in a lot because he's got a lot of meetings to go to now in the city and whatnot, so.
Oh, yeah.
And which is good. I think You've got the right person doing it, that's for sure. He's good. Really good. Yeah.
Okay, and just in one of these correspondence items, there was now our 2022 population according to public safety and emergency services is 135. So now we got 4 different populations.
How do we set this straight that we only got one? How do we do that?
StatCan has us at 171.3.
I think-
Census has us at 120. The province had us at 133. But
What
now
is said there would be
130.
provincial.
135.
Now, that's provincial.
So then,
Some of your agreements, and I don't know how, and I don't know why. Some of your agreements with your requisitions and county agreements has chosen a different approach.
Yeah,
That
but
would have
if
to
it's gonna
be-
cost us money through requisition, shouldn't we try and get not a happy medium, but an exact number that we should be associated with?
And I think Mr.
'Cause this is all over the
Putnam
map.
meeting had that discussion, did you not, at one of your?
It's that, the county uses whatever the.
That's Canada.
That's Canada or something, but the county uses that, that's the one they use for all of their stuff or whatever, for the waste management authority or whatever, and that was negotiated.
But obviously they weren't even close in their estimate, because it was just an estimate.
No, they got it from something, there was, I can't remember which one
Stats Canada.
they got it from Stats Canada, there's a
Yeah.
provincial number. There's a Stats Canada number, and they said that they always use Stats Canada.
Is there somehow getting hold of Stats Can and tell them to review that?
I did.
There is,
I phoned them
Is that right?
and they had no clear answer.
yeah,
Well, it really makes a difference to a small community like us when it comes to
It's huge.
taking in or giving out money.
Yeah, and I told them that too.
and as Mr. Hopkins said, county, they've set it up and they're not negotiable. The province sets it up based on provincial. Yeah, that's,
It's a number that they use, and that was, yeah, that was what.
Yeah,
That's
so I guess. I don't know, it's just all over in my brain. Works.
No way of fixing it.
Not with Stats Can.
I got no answers for you. It would be nice to get everything consistent to the provincial, and then you've got one that you're dealing with and, but
The only other thing we can do is our own census and the stamps.
but again, when you do your own census,
They-
it works for you submit it into the province, but that still isn't a guarantee, of Stats Canada.
Yeah, they're not necessarily gonna use it.
Yeah. Okay, so what's next?
Have we accepted the correspondence?
First one is accepted.
By who?
Sure.
Okay,
I'm in favor.
Yeah.
And we have a short recess.
Yep.
What would you like to put that motion for, please?
Short recess.
move a bit.
All right.
Unmute. All right, there you go. Go back to ours.
Everything's camera now?
Make the motion.
Need a motion to go in, I'll make a motion to go in camera.
Okay. Move into camera for personnel, flight section 18 and 19, individual or public safety at 1:09 PM. Just give me a second before you. Here's me. I'm like. No, we don't want that. There it is. All right,
Okay,
so
So,
come back
motion-
I'll make a motion to come out of camera.
at 12:01.
Uh,
No, don't look at that, don't.
2:01.
2:01.
No, I was gonna say,
This
holy,
thing's an hour ahead still, for some reason, I
I
don't.
got a 3-hour drive.
okay, so 10.4 budget. Right?
It's
Okay. This time.
It's a full.
It's the full 2024 draft operating and capital budget. So. Now, what I have done after all of the discussions. As per your April 11th. To have administration revise the budget to reflect that and meet the MGA requirements of a balanced budget. Okay. That's what this is. So if you go to the very end of it, it says 0. Okay.
Was 2000. Positive or something, wasn't
No, it was in the,
it? Is that not the one that I was looking at? Okay.
no, when we left,
Maybe that was next year.
yeah, when we left last
Okay,
year's
yeah.
meeting, last April 11th meeting, sorry. When we left that meeting, we were in a deficit of $2,400.
Okay, yeah, 0, no, so I was looking at the wrong year, sorry.
Yeah, so based on everything, brought it back, I have 0. I have a balanced budget with what your guys said you wanted to see, which is 4%, which is way under everybody else lately that's going on. And the 850. So what I've provided to you guys is the 2024 budget in the amount of 9,000. Thank you. 195. That is balanced, meets the MGA. The 3 green columns there are your MGA requirements to approve a draft 3-year financial plan for 2025 to 2026 and 2027, which we have not met the MGA requirements prior, so I would like to meet that this year. It's a financial plan. And I did review with municipal affairs, and that is correct. That is the MGA states, must be a 3-year financial plan. So that's interchangeable each year. Okay. And then behind that, I have worked with our accountant, and we have also took everything from the plans so far you have built and resolutions you have already been doing. And we created what your 2023 budget had been for capital expenditures, where it's actually at for capital expenditures. And the green column is the 2024 capital list to work on. Not everything will get accomplished all in the 2024, but that's a review at the end of 2024 before you do another capital, but this lays everything out to 2030 to meet the requirements to have the 5-year capital plan, but also pass the 2024. And we have put all of the funding we can pull now, and I actually do have a listing that'll bring back to the next meeting when we bring the tax rate bylaw that actually tells you what grants you haven't been paid. So we still have money coming. Okay. But in total, we kind of calculated everything to show you when we start doing whatever projects, which you will change as you review these things each year. That eventually in 2030, actually 2029, that based on the project listing there, you will be out of grant money in 2029. And that you'll be working on just the grant money that you receive per year towards cap. So I just wanted you guys to be aware that as we use these funds, we need to start really paying attention to how we're using the funds, because the more we use, the less money we have in the future. Does that make sense? So I wanted you guys to have all this, because I think this is what's been lacking over the years. So I'm asking for 4 resolutions. Yeah.
Explanation about the tips in that sheet too. Okay, after.
Well, I'm leaving it in council's capable hands here to have your discussion, and everything's still the same other than the budgets are balanced now. You got your 3-year financial. And you have your capital 2024 project listing and your draft 5-year capital plan for 2025 to 2030. Those are the fluid parts, your plans.
And as long as everybody realizes, like, you have priorities that are set, like in this last capital,
Mhm.
that can be changed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
However,
Yeah, but it did shows you that in 2024, we have roughly 409,000 of capital. A lot of it's the municipal bonds. But again, that could be lower as we get this completed. I think there's more cost savings there. It's just how we go about it.
Okay, good.
a resolution number 1.
Resolution number 1. Just hand this to you.
Oh, exactly. Okay, I can steal.
There you go. First one.
Hold on. And there's the last page of it, that draft.
Administration is recommending council approve the draft 2024 capital budget.
No, start here. Draft operating budget in the amount of
Operating budget, okay, $985,195.
copy it over.
I am just doing that right now. And who has been Laura taken the motion?
So we must put that amount because that goes in the tax rate bylaw too.
Okay. All in favor?
Yes.
Number 2, administration is recommending council approve the draft 3-year financial plan for 2025, 26, and 27. So that's for operation.
Yeah. And that-
As well.
I'll make that motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then go to capital plans, so that was the one that goes from 2024 to 2030. Administration is recommending council for the draft 2024 capital budget. So that's this year's that we worked on with our strategic plan.
And what's already existingly moving.
Some other stuff that was left.
Yeah.
So let's approve the draft 2024 capital budget.
Yeah.
Who did?
Why,
Oh, that's great.
all in favor?
Yep.
Yeah. The number 2, administration, and this is to do with the 5-year capital. Administration recommending council to approve the draft 5-year capital plan from 2025 to 2030.
Who's been your name on that one?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Now I just do a tax sheet bylaw. Next meeting.
That's it.
And then adjourning a meeting? With adjourning.
Sure.
Okay, 2:11.
Thank you, guys. I
Thank you.
feel way better.
I do too.
And
Thank you.
I